Chapter 730, Help. Chapter 730, Help. Proofreader, Papatonks. Master, is it really impossible? Damn miscreant, have you already forgotten that pain? Didn't that girl hurt you enough? No matter how much merit you've done for the sect, rules are rules. Sect leader won't budge in this matter, so just give it a rest. And don't even think about going to him with this, or you'll only make it worse. That time, even I can't save you. Xuan's heart was free, unshackled and light. He felt so carefree as he walked, eager to get to the mystical heaven sect. But then his ear picked up two familiar voices that caught his attention, Venerable Qi and Kuei Lang. Even puzzled, Xuan would hardly ever but in someone's problems, but today he was in such a good mood. He walked right over. What's wrong? Why are master and disciple arguing? Oh, Steward Xuan! Kuei Lang immediately bowed and Venerable Qi nodded in respect. This brat only knows how to cause trouble. He got a bit of merit and it got to his head. He even forgot the last transgression that got him kicked into the labor office. Kuei Lang looked ashamed and lowered his head. Xuan raised an eyebrow. Just what happened? Can I hear it? Kuei Lang hesitated before giving Xuan a glance. Steward Xuan, you know already. It's my girl. Oh, because of you she's been detained in the mystical heaven sect? That's why Shaoyu threatened you in the Double Dragon gathering, Xuan exclaimed. Venerable Qi's eyelid twitched, and he glared at Kuei Lang. You actually gave up for an enemy in the Double Dragon gathering? This is absurd. If the sect leader finds out, you'd be lucky to keep your life. Sigh, damn vixens. Venerable Qi stomped in anger. Xuan waved his hand with a smile. Venerable Qi, there's no need for anger. Only the three of us know this. Besides, I'm also about to leave anyway. Thank you so much, Steward Xuan. Venerable Qi gave a deep bow, then glared at Kuei Lang, making him feel even more guilty. However, he still clung to one last thread of hope. Didn't we earn a great merit? Sect leader is cheerful as well. I think using this chance to ask him to use the demon scheming sect's glorious name to ask the mystical heaven sect to get my girl back. Bullshit! Venerable Qi snapped. The demon scheming sect is against fraternizing. And you even expect he'd lower himself to the mystical heaven sect for a mere disciple like you? We'd be lucky if the mystical heaven sect wouldn't take advantage of our weakness and just let her go. But even so, our sect would have lost its name because of it. Venerable Qi's torrent of words smashed into Kuei Lang's ears, causing him to lose hope. And yet, he still looked at Xuan with a fixed gaze. His master couldn't help him, so now it was up to Xuan if he was willing to pass it on to the sect leader. Even if a mere disciple, Xuan was the sect leader's confidant. Having gotten such a glorious win at the Double Dragon gathering, putting the sect in the top middle three sects, the sect leader might hear him out when not even elders or venerables could get his ear. Xuan frowned, rubbing his chin. Your master's right. Let it go, or you'll only make it worse. Shaoyu doesn't care about anyone. He won't help you at all. In fact, he would fly into a rage and punish you. You're better off not mentioning it. Venerable Qi nodded like it was obvious, glaring at his disciple. See that, even Steward Xuan said it. Kuei Lang's face fell in despair. Although, Xuan switched topics with a crafty smile, getting someone out isn't necessarily done using the sect's name. I'm just about to go to Mystical Heaven Sect and fetch someone. You can just come along. The two gave him dumb looks. Then Venerable Qi gasped, Steward Xuan. Ha ha ha, if I won't do it, who else will? Xuan smiled as he looked above. I've been absorbed with the demonic path for years and have discovered many truths. That should make me a somewhat advanced player. No matter how deep you sink into the sea of desire, I shall not fear, ha ha ha. The two looked lost at him. Xuan turned to Kuei Lang and said, What are you staring at? Come on, Mystical Heaven Sect had been a lower three sect for all these years and shouldn't have many sacred stones. I'll use the 2,000 on me to smash their face in and get those girls. One for you and one for me. Xuan started walking towards the gate. Kuei Lang came out of it at some point and rushed after him. Steward Zhua, why you're really going to give your sacred stones for my girl? Of course. Sacred stones are just invaluable things compared to people. As Steward Zhua, you're truly kind. I'll never forget this for as long as I live. No matter what happens, I will do anything you ask. Lighten up. We're just two guys bearing the same trouble. Though there may be a use of you yet. Who knows, ha ha ha. Xuan and Kuei Lang chuckled in the distance, leaving Venerable Qi dumbstruck. 2,000 sacred stones over 2 girls? This is such a waste. Their sect had at most 1,000 of those glittering baubles that had to last the sect for centuries. Yet now, this Steward Zhua was going to squander twice that on some broads. Venerable Qi looked ahead as his face twitched and heart bled. No matter how loaded you are, you can't just throw it all away. Sigh, how can a nouveau riche understand the pain of poverty? Venerable Qi shook his head, unable to make sense of Xuan's actions, but also envious and admired him. Xuan was spending so much for his girl and was going to do the same for Kuei Lang. Such a nice boss was a rarity in this world. It's Kuei Lang's fortune to land such a boss. While theirs, Xiaoyu, was stingy to the core, fighting for every scrap. He had no idea, though, that those 2,000 rocks were a drop in a bucket for Xuan, while a life fortune to Xiaoyu. Putting them side by side, one could see how one spent. Xuan, can we go now? At the demon scheming sect's entrance, Xuan and Yongning were waiting for him. Yongning asked, Brother Kuei Lang, you're coming along? Kuei Lang had a bright smile, but it was Xuan who said, No, he will only accompany us to Mystical Heaven Sect. Mystical Heaven Sect. We're going to get Qingcheng and then go home together. Xuan had a wide smile on his face. The girls' hearts skipped a beat, but then smiled. Xuan found Xuan's look even more enchanting. No wonder I found your attitude off. You're no longer as depressed as before. So you have your answer for Sister Qingcheng. I've dragged out this question for far too long. Xuan sighed. The girls nodded, finally able to rest their intentions and be happy for him. The four were now on the road to Mystical Heaven Sect. Since Xuan said he'd answer Qingcheng half a year later, they were in no rush. In fact, Xuan was actually dragging his feet, as if nervous. This question had been on hold for almost a decade. How would he answer? How would she react? How would I react? These were all pressing questions to Xuan. Suddenly, Xuan felt as if he was like a tense bride before her wedding. The girls giggled. The high and mighty Steward Zhua box when it comes to talking about relationships. The team had gone like this for a month, yet they were only a third of the way to Mystical Heaven Sect. Even Xuan was starting to dislike this and pouted, We're not here to sightsee. If we go any slower, you'll miss your due date with Sister Qingcheng. Really? Xuan let out a dry laugh. But how am I to answer her? All these years I've been so cold. Whoosh! A red figure came smashing down 100 meters from them, kicking up a cloud of dust. The group was stunned to see Mystical Heaven Sect's Danner, Qingcheng's junior sister. As he was going to Qingcheng, Xuan had to mind her junior sister, no? So he rushed over to help her up. Danner, what's wrong? What happened? Xuan. Danner looked in joy, then said, Why you have to save Sister Qingcheng. Chapter 731. Qingcheng's Danger. Chapter 731. Qingcheng's Danger. Proofreader, Papatongs. What happened to Qingcheng? Xuan hurriedly shook Danner's frail body, panting. Danner teared up. And Sister Ruohua, Qinger, they. Xuan hardened. I don't care about them. Tell me now, what happened to Qingcheng? Xuan was sweating as he stared down Danner until she was scared. Steward Zhua, let her speak. You're scaring the poor child. Kuei Lang spoke and said to Danner, Little girl, tell us what happened. We'll definitely help. Danner looked at them and finally said, As sect leader wanted us 5 sisters to cure the young master's illness. What? Xuan's face fell and gnashed his teeth. I knew the punk was born a cripple with lacking elements, but now I see even his brain is screwed on wrong. He dares to touch my girl. Sensing the seething hatred seeping from Xuan, Danner was in shock from fear. Yet for some reason, his towering bloodthirst gave her a sense of safety. Kuei Lang patted Xuan's shoulder to cool him down. Just what happened exactly? Please tell us everything so we can save them. Well, Double Dragon Gathering nodded and began. After the Double Dragon Gathering, we got back to the Sect. The day barely ended and some elders came to us in the dead of night to seal some of my sister's cultivation, then put them in a room with the Sect leader and the young master. That was when we knew that the 4 elements cycle array was all to heal the young master's illness for lacking elements. The only reason we went to Double Dragon Gathering was to test the limits of the 4 elements cycle array, whether it fit the bill. Only in a life and death battle would the power of this array be brought out. The elder found it eligible, so they took our sisters to cure the young master. Xuan hurriedly asked, "Cure how?" The 4 elements cycle array relies on maidens with elemental constitutions to draw out their power and purify the young master's body to rebuild his elemental balance. Finally, Danner blushed as she spoke in a lower tone, using a maiden's blood to draw out the 5 elements and completely cure the young master. Bam! Xuan's hand pulverized a rock nearby. In other words, the perverted young master wants Qingcheng's body. Not just that. Wiping her tears, Danner sobbed, "It would be fine if it were just curing young master, since we were dedicated to this and we've also seen young master grow up. Bearing some sacrifices to save him was acceptable to us, but I never thought." "What?" they all asked. Danner's sobbing grew louder. Young master actually sucked out all of Sister Qing'er's spirit and soul. He was so scary. Qing'er became a dried husk and even Sect leader looked shocked. This is a demonic art of stealing Yin to further Yang. The punk has turned demonic. Xuan's brow shook, his teeth clenched. "I fear that ever since that little town he's been like this, ever since Yen Mo drew him to the demonic path. But Yen Mo is a demonic cultivator and he's used in this matter. Unlike Shaoyu, who has no restraint being so new to it all. So that's why. It's all Yen Mo's fault." "Shut it." Seeing Danner sobbing, Xuan glared at her. The righteous path means to be above everything, to be an ascetic. One shouldn't fall prey to the demonic nature so easily. Yet desire has taken hold of his heart and it was just a matter of time before he fell. Yen Mo was only a trigger. It was his twisted heart who was tested in the end, and it was found lacking. Now whose fault was it? Danner's heart shook and closed her eyes in silence. Xuan frowned and sighed. "How are the girls? And how did you get out?" Sister Qingcheng seemed to have seen this coming and was prepared. She held a poison pill in her mouth. The moment they force her, she would take it. She said she had an agreement with you 6 months later. If you weren't there after this time, she would do what the Sect leader asked. If you arrived and gave her an answer, she would be able to rest in peace. And she's also protecting the others. Danner sobbed. Then we had our cultivation sealed, but we could still move. Sister Qingcheng seemed prepared since one day she took us to the permafrost cave. There was Senior Sister Han Qianying in a wall there, and she broke through it to unseal our cultivation. We killed our way out afterward, but the elders blocked us. Only I managed to escape while the others got caught. "What, Qianying?" Kuei Lang cried out. Danner looked at him and nodded. Sect leader Qianying was the previous wielder of permafrost. She should have been one of the girls in the 4 elements cycle array, but after hearing of her sect rule violation 2 decades ago, for colluding with demonic cultivators, she was cast out. Why else would the sect throw away such a rare water constitution like hers? In the end, the sect leader had looked high and low for a replacement, thus coming with Sister Qingcheng. Qianying. Kuei Lang's eyebrows shook. "How is she?" Danner shook her head. "I don't know. After I got away, they were caught. But I believe Sister Qianying knew what was going on, so that must be why Sister Qingcheng was prepared." After all, Sister Qingcheng had been in contact with Sister Qianying ever since she came to the sect and inherited permafrost. Closing his eyes, Kuei Lang shook all over, gnashing his teeth and showing his deep worry paw. Xuan slammed his heavy hand on his shoulder. Kuei Lang started and looked at Xuan's dark and scary face. Is Han Qianying your girl? Xuan squinted. Don't worry, Qingcheng is smart. Since she can save one person, she can save many. In any case, without your girl, I would now probably be late to the rescue. I alone have no chance of getting two girls out. But now, since there's still time before the appointment, it's enough to send a team in and take down Mystical Heaven's sect. Kuei Lang shuddered and looked at Xuan in amazement. Danner was also shaken up. Mystical Heaven's sect was one of the 9 sects in Western Land. While conflicts between them existed, an all-out war was out of the question, not when it would draw Double Dragon Manor's attention. No one was about to take such a blame. Yet Xuan, in a fit of anger, didn't care about these things. Even if the consequences would be dire, that would be then. If he did not do this, he would regret it for as long as he lived. Xuan was seeping with bloodthirst, shocking everyone around him. Danner was even more dazzled by his aura. This guy's insane, but also a mover and a shaker. Whoosh! 2 elderly in white flashed before the group. In the 4th layer of ethereal stage, it's Elder Li and Elder Chong. Danner cried out in fear. The elders showed mocking smiles. Seeing Kuei Lang was the strongest at 2nd layer of ethereal stage, they thought they were easy pickings. Danner, you dumb girl, did you really think you could escape Mystical Heaven sect? Bam! One elder looked at her with contempt, yet he did not finish as the sky was filled with blood. Gone was his presence, as was his irritating voice. In his place was a huge scarlet dragon, Xuan's almighty Scarlet Dragon King. Its sharp claw clenched the tenderized flesh, spreading the bloody smell as it squirted. What blood it had left on that dragon was Xuan, and his cold, dead eyes. In a singular strike he wiped a 4th layer ethereal stage expert off the face of this world, destroyed in body and soul. The other elder was close to having a mental breakdown. Danner was standing there in shock at Xuan's action. She knew Xuan was strong, but she didn't think he would let anger take him to the point. He would not let the others even speak. It only showed how much Qingcheng's plight grated on his nerves. Heaven Dragon Soul, Almighty Scarlet Dragon King. The elder looked on in shock, shaking all over. Why, you're the one young master talked about. The freak at the Double Dragon Gathering, demon scheming sex. Xuan. Smirking, Xuan mocked. Right in one guess, though I have no prize for you. Bam! With another loud noise, the almighty Scarlet Dragon King's other claw slammed down, crushing him before he even got a chance to wail. His guts and everything sprayed all over the place. Chapter 732, Charisma. Chapter 732, Charisma. Proofreader, Papatonks. Whoosh. With the 2 pursuing Mystical Heaven sect elders dealt with, Xuan took back his soul and used a sacred stone to set up an instant concealing array around the group. In a blink, all of them vanished from sight. You guys wait here and don't move. I'm going back to the sect for help. Xuan gave them a quick look, then left. Kuei Lang suddenly said, Steward Xue, sect leader will never agree to go to war with Mystical Heaven sect. It's of no consequence. I will bring our people. Squinting, his eyes flashed. Xuan's heart had a plan in motion as he flew for the demon scheming sect. Kuei Lang, I'll leave the girls in your care. Don't worry, Steward Xue, I will do my duty. Kuei Lang cupped his hands, sighing inside. Steward Xue, please find a way to get Miss Chu and my girl. It's all up to you now. Whoosh. Half a month later, Xuan was back in demon scheming sect. With a sign, the space warped to show an entrance. Halt. Who goes there? One disciple popped before Xuan, but upon recognition, he jerked back and apologized. Steward Xue is back. Forgive my rudeness. It's fine. Xuan waved him off. The disciple scratched his head. Thank you, Steward Xue. That brat kept saying Steward Xue has left the sect and won't be coming back. It made me so sad these past 2 weeks. Aren't you back now? Ha ha ha. You really missed me? Xuan raised an eyebrow. The disciple instantly nodded. Of course, it's all thanks to Steward Xue that we, laborers, no longer live as cattle. You brought us hope for tomorrow. Although now it's different and I don't have the strength to enter Steward Xue's elite labor office, at the very least I have a future now. I will definitely join next year, ha ha ha. Good for you. Xuan patted his shoulder with a smile. How many others share your thoughts? Startled, the disciple was still honest. Steward Xue, all of the labor office is immensely grateful for all that you've done for us. All those inner and outer disciples that entered elite labor have gained a lot from it. I believe that most disciples and elders hold Steward Xue in favor for doing so much for the sect. There's still some left. They're likely inner sect elders trustees. They must be hating your guts, ha ha ha. The two burst out laughing. Xuan nodded and turned serious. Then, how many of you are willing to help me with something? Steward Xue, you need but say it and we'll brave any dangers. The guy cupped his hands. Good. Is sect leader around? Xuan nodded and plotted as he walked for the inner sect. Ha ha ha, Steward Xue, this is because of your feats. The guy sighed. Sect leader has been very busy lately and has no time to stay at the sect. Ever since you shone at the Double Dragon gathering, many empires want to throw their lot with us. They even want us to move in with them, something only the superior 3 sects can do. Sect leader has been so happy these days, always moving from one empire to another for talk. Xuan shook and turned his head back with a devious smile. So sect leader isn't home? That is the case. The disciple gave a numb nod, grinning wider. Xuan laughed. Perfect, this makes it easier. Xuan strutted forward for the inner gate, leaving the disciple scratching his head. Steward Xue is acting strange. Dang. A bell toll was heard throughout the sect. All elders and venerables jerked at the sound, rushing for the main hall. For God's sake, who the hell is the fool to mess with the bell and call for a meeting? The Double Dragon gathering is over and it's only been 2 days since last time. What's so important this time? One elder grumbled as he dragged himself over to the hall. A venerable came to him and mocked. Are you stupid? The sect leader isn't around. Only the High Venerable has the right to toll. But he has always been a simple man and never used the bell. Though there is one with the nerve to do it, Venerable sure. The elder's mouth twitched. Their inner faction had been losing all the time. We, from the elite labor, are twice as many as them. Yet he still has the never to make a fuss? Is he after a power play now that sect leader isn't here? The Venerable shrugged. Who knows? Ha ha ha, one thing's for sure, he doesn't have the strength. All oldies were going towards the main hall filled with doubt. Venerable sure frowned in his home. Next to him was his prized disciple, Lu Xie. Did you make contact with him? Venerable sure muttered. Lu Xie spoke in earnest. Master, they have all agreed and await something to happen here. What can happen when they all run off? Venerable sure mocked. It looks like there are still people out there unconcerned by fame and fortune, shirking off their merits. Xuan, that's mighty noble of you, leaving after your big win. Do you not care about your career? Or is it that you sensed the danger around you and made the logical choice? Venerable Sure's eyes shone as he sighed. He had been waiting for the moment to act for so long it made him depressed. Lu Xie was also helpless. Xuan has always been unexpected and unpredictable. Dang. The clear sound of a bell echoed out in the courtyard. Venerable Sure raised an eyebrow and looked at the inner sect with a frown. That twerp Xiaoyu isn't home, so who'd dare toll the main hall's bell instead of me? Venerable Sure's eyes shone. Maybe this is the chance we've all been waiting for. The two rushed over. In the main hall there was now a sea of people. All elders and venerables had gathered, all looking stumped at the man in center. He tolled the bell. Elders and venerables of Demon Scheming Sect, have all of you come? Xuan looked at them with a cold eye. Ugh. They all started, with Venerable by looking at Xuan curiously. Steward Xua, what is this? Only the sect leader and High Venerable can toll the inner sect bell. Though they had been some using it without permission in the past, you're still a disciple. If you need us to do something, you could have just asked and not made a scene. Hee, Venerable Bai, who are you talking about here? One elder of Venerable Shi's faction barked. High Venerable hardly interferes in sect matters and goes where he wants. For Venerable Shi to come forward is only natural. What's wrong in him tolling the bell? Isn't it above his status still? What's hard to understand? He schemes for power. Venerable Bai mocked. The other elder was enraged. Xuan held out a bright badge with Xia written on it. Is this authority enough? Sect leader's badge. The oldie shook and bowed. Greetings, sect leader. Xuan was akin to Xiaoyu holding that badge. Since Xiaoyu wasn't home, it left Xuan room to weasel in. Elders and venerables of the demon scheming sect must obey sect leader's orders. They all bowed and none dared refute him. Xuan shouted, Demon scheming sect's elders and venerables will now listen to my commands, or they will be punished by sect rules. Yes, sir. The crowd bowed again. The entire sect is to come with me to Mystical Heaven's sect. A what? They all looked at him in shock. He wanted everyone to go to Mystical Heaven's sect? What for? That would leave their sect empty, and would cause God knew what. By going into another sect's turf. Everyone was hesitating. Is this sect leader's true intention? Even Venerable Qi and Bai, people on Xuan's side, were looking lost. Only one person looked joyfully at Xuan on the highest chair. Venerable Shi, he, Xuan, you're back at last. The bigger the noise you make, the better. Allow this old man to lend you a hand as well. Venerable Shi grinned like a winner. Chapter 733, All the King's Men. Chapter 733, All the King's Men. Proofreader, Papatongs. What's going on here? Who tolled the bell? Acting like he just showed up, Venerable Shi looked tense as he walked in front. Seeing his elders were also here, one came before him and pointed at Xuan. Venerable Shi, Xuan holds the sect leader badge and rang the bell, convening this meeting. Now he wants everyone in the sect to march for Mystical Heaven's sect. What? Venerable Shi looked deeply at Xuan, then at the badge. Xuan gave him a cold look. He knew that Venerable Shi was the boss of the inner sect. Even though Xiaoyu was the sect leader, he was still being contradicted in cases, which made it even harder just by having his badge. In this case, if he was blocked, he would just have to set Venerable Shi as an example for the rest of them. Xuan's eyes flashed with bloodthirst, while the oldies looked at his defiant gaze with mockery. You're just a mere disciple with a bit of merit to your name. Even if you're sect leader's right hand, not even sect leader himself would be able to do what he wanted if Venerable Shi was against it. Wanting to use some piece of wood to cower us? You don't know the power of the inner sect by the looks of it. Venerable Qi and the others from the labor office watched while calculating gains and losses. If Xuan was going against Venerable Shi, they would side with him. Although Xuan's order was casual, it had deep implications and should be treated with care. But he had sect leader's badge and was also labor office's representative. Be it in a vie for power in an empire or the clashes between sects, it always came down to following the one that adhered to their goals. Xuan was the rock of the labor office. So no matter how ridiculous his request was, they would back him up. This was a fight for interests. The hall was split in two groups on the spot, glaring at each other as they were on the brink of war, plunging the sect into a bitter fight. However, Venerable Shi's action left everyone shocked. Both factions stared at him in stupefaction. Bowing before Xua, the badge, Venerable Shi spoke with utmost respect. Greetings, sect leader, I obey your order. Venerable Shi, his faction looked at him lost. The same for labor office's side. What's with Venerable Shi all of a sudden? Why did he cave so soon when he always fought tooth and nail with sect leader? Is Xuan's aura so grand that it shook him? Everyone's mind was thrown for a loop at the sudden development glaring at them. Venerable Shi spoke earnestly. Impudent! Xuan carries sect leader's badge, which makes him the highest power beneath sect leader. His words are sect leader's. How dare you defy his orders? We won't. They all hung their head. Xuan and Venerable Qi's side were filled with doubt. Did he wake up on the wrong side of the bed this morning? Ignoring their puzzled gazes, Venerable Shi smiled. Ha ha ha, since this is sect leader's will, we can only follow it. Only we can't leave the sect empty. May I leave a few inner sect elders and disciple to defend it, Steward Xuan? Eyeing him, Xuan nodded. He didn't want to take them in the first place. Only labor office's elders, or if they came as well, it might spell trouble at the worst moment. Though Venerable Shi's attitude was very peculiar, queer in fact. Why is he helping me for a change? Frowning, Xuan looked dead in the weasel's eyes, pondering and finally letting it go. Time was no longer a luxury right now. All right. We'll do as Venerable Shi said. The inner sect elders and venerables shall stay behind while labor offices will follow me. Xuan nodded and boomed. Everyone nodded and bowed in response. Venerable Qi's team had their doubts, but now, to support Xuan, they kept silent. Since even Venerable Shi, who was always against us, didn't make a fuss, why should we? So, Xuan led the oldies group as they walked out of the main hall with great fanfare. Soon, the entire sect was in a clamor as the disciples gathered to set off. Watching the lively scene, Venerable Shi had a nasty smile. An elder next to him frowned. Venerable Shi, why would you allow such a serious action? It's because it's so serious that we must let the kid do it. I can't let him run off again without stirring things. Ha ha ha. Venerable Shi stroked his beard, his eyes glinting. Getting rid of him alone isn't enough. We must remove the elite labor office down to the root as well. Or they would just rise again and we'll regret it. Now that he's asking for it, we should further his manic plans and let him destroy himself. The others frowned, with only Grand Elder able to see the wisdom in it and shaking his head. The kid has done it this time. Demon scheming sect's disciples had their orders and soon gathered. Qingcheng and Yuer were obviously there, since they were the closest to Xuan. Soon there were tens of thousands of disciples at the ready. Xuan looked around before setting off with all of them. The entire demon scheming sect was now empty and eerily silent, with only 100 elders holding down the fort. 2 weeks later, Qingcheng and the girls were tense, waiting for news from Xuan. Seeing how another month passed, the four were tense about Qingcheng and the others' fate, as well as if Xuan would be able to bring any help. Rumble. The sky darkened and thunder rolled. The black clouds loomed overhead, reflecting the downcast mood they felt inside. It was so oppressive it was hard to breathe. Looking above, those were not clouds but a sea of people that came right for them. The one leading them was none other than Xuan. Qilin cried out, "Heavens above, Steward Xuan got the entire sect to come? Why are there so many people here to get our girls? How high could Xuan even be in the demon scheming sect? Your sect leader is willing to fight mystical heaven sect all because he asked?" Demon scheming sect looked stunned. The other two girls were excited. Across all Western lands, only one man had such a charisma to get so many people to move. Xuan, not that others lacked the power, but none were crazy enough to go to such lengths as attacking a sect for a girl. None but Xuan. Whoosh! Xuan led the descent. Qilin's group rushed over with gratitude. "Steward Xuan, your name is so widespread and heavy that sect leader gave you such force. I am in awe of being able to follow someone like you." Xuan, however, made a gesture for him to keep silent. "Keep it down. This isn't Xiaoyu's doing. Luckily he was away and I could bring so many." Qilin's scalp was numb. "Also, these guys don't know why I've brought them yet. So don't say anything and leave the explaining to me." Xuan grinned at the four, yet they were all shell-shocked. Qilin was even shaking all over. "Steward Xuan, you didn't tell them anything and still brought them? When they find out we're going to save our girls, won't they turn on us? Kuei Lang felt like crying. I can even see my master over there. His master was against being with Han Qianying, and he was wondering just how pissed off he'd be once he found out he was here just to save her. Xuan patted his shoulder. Do you want to save her? I do. How much? With every fiber of my being. Kuei Lang spoke heavily. Xuan nodded and smiled. Then leave it all to me. With a wise look in his eyes, Xuan turned to the elders and released his mighty aura. Seeing him so high and mighty, Kuei Lang finally realized that he was unlike any of them. They were still hesitating even if they wanted to do this, while Xuan was a man of action and determination. That was why he, as a mere disciple, led most of the demon-scheming sects, elders and venerables. Chapter 734, Join Forces. Chapter 734, Join Forces. Proofreader, Papatongs. Cough. Clearing his throat, Xuan looked at the elders and venerables, his face hard and dead serious. People, we'll stop here for now. I have to make you understand why we're going to Mystical Heaven Sect. Everyone get ready and prepare for action. They all frowned at how he spoke. They already found the fact he got all the experts from the sect strange, but Xuan's hard look seemed to show this matter had far more implications than he let on. They all looked at him, tension clear in their expressions. We're going to Mystical Heaven Sect too. Xuan squinted and shouted, Attack! To teach them a lesson. A what? They cried out instantly at such a preposterous idea. Venerable Bai even refuted. Steward Zhua, that's going over the line. The 9 sect scuffles are minor, but to attack a sect like this without justification is criminal. The Double Dragon Manor will definitely intervene at some point and will punish us. None of us can take such blame. Not even sect leader. Xuan scratched his nose. Justification? Did grabbing girls sounded better? Who the hell would risk their lives then? Steward Zhua, is this really sect leader's intent? Venerable Qi looked at Kuei Lang and figured something out. If sect leader has no real reason, it's best we go back. It's not too late. If we go now, none of us can take on such a heavy responsibility for what may come. Venerable Qi looked long at Xuan as he advised. He was reminding Steward Zhu, a mere girl ain't worth going crazy over. We can still turn back. Let's pretend that nothing happened before we lose more than we can afford. Venerable Qi didn't expose Xuan's intent as a huge gesture of respect, but would Xuan balk so easily? Xuan huffed and glared at them all. Do you know why I never stated the reason back in the sect? It's because I feared Venerable Shi's lies would block the attack on Mystical Heaven Sect. Why? Because if they lost this battle, they would lose everything. We, however, aren't afraid, because we came from nothing and everything will be earned after. It's never in the now. They all shook and looked on with serious faces. The laborers were even echoing him. Many things had happened in the Double Dragon gathering, but I did not let the 3 venerables speak of them, out of fear that you would be impulsive. With a drawn-out sigh, Xuan continued with a crestfallen tone, Actually, our achievements could have been higher. But because of Mystical Heaven Sect schemes, we suffered in singles, losing our chance to be a superior 3 sect. That really happened. The oldies whispered among each other in anger. Xuan eyed Fiend Yang, shouting, Venerable Fiend Yang, isn't that so? Why yes, startled, Fiend Yang bobbed his head. Though Xuan had deliberated with the team on this matter before, to report only the good news for a greater achievement, yet Xuan had now used it as an excuse to get Qingcheng. He was going to do anything to instill hatred into these people and save his girl. Fiend Yang had no clue about this, so he just agreed with a dark look. Xuan gnashed his teeth. Sect leader was enraged when he heard the dire consequences. Mystical Heaven Sect is a lower 3 sect like we used to be. Now that we're about to be a real middle 3 sect, are we about to stand their humiliation? That's why sect leader sent me a month earlier to return the favor, to show off our sect's power. Having seen Steward Zhua's light, they now knew he didn't leave for the secular world as it was said, but because of Sect leader's order. But just as I got to Mystical Heaven Sect, something grave happened. Xuan's tone shifted. They want to combine with Heaven Trailing Sect. This will raise them above the middle three sects' power just so they would suppress us from the shadows. Hearing this news, I rushed to report to Sect leader. In this time, there were even 2 elders who came to silence me, but of course I killed them instead. What? The oldies exploded in rage. Mystical Heaven Sect was too damn presumptuous, leaving Double Dragon gathering schemes behind. Sending elders to kill our greatest contributor must be punished. Do they think Demon Scheming Sect can be messed with? Seeing their anger, Xuan grinned on the inside. Sect leader was also furious hearing of this and wanted to deal with them personally. But you all know Sect leader is holding talks with all kinds of empires. If we get pushed back because of 2 sects, it will affect our name. That's why Sect leader had me make the first move. Since we can't win Heaven Trailing Sect, that doesn't mean we can't touch its little bro. So Sect leader gave me his badge, leaving me in charge. Even if Double Dragon Manor would punish us, we have to fight for our name. We are a middle 3 sect now, not something a lower 3 sect can mess with. This fight will establish us among the middle 3 sections. As long as Mystical Heaven Sect isn't destroyed, what's so grave about some punishment? I would even return the 2,000 sacred stones if I had to, just to preserve our name in the Western lands. Steward Xuan is truly honorable. If you do it, how can't we? Let's mess him up. The crowd cheered with a roar, ready to go kill their way into Mystical Heaven Sect. Kuei Lang had a dumb look on his face. Steward Xuan's wild boasting had the sect's elders thirsting for battle. Now even if Sect leader shows up, they won't stop either. Just how did these shrewd old guys end up taken in by Xuan's words so easily? That was because Xuan had preyed on their minds to get someone to give their life for you. Benefits were a must. Pillaging Mystical Heaven Sect. On the other hand, there was also a need for a reason. Sect leader's order was the perfect excuse, while also making him the scapegoat. Xuan even said he would return his sacred stones if he had to. It showed he'd take the blame as well. And finally, focusing their anger on a common enemy, getting everyone roaring to go, everything went as Xuan wanted it to. He got every oldie on board, even if they had some doubts because Xuan had smoothed over their worries already. Now all they had to do was follow Xuan into battle and get those girls back. Xuan eased a breath and sported a strange grin. Danner was stumped. This big talker actually got this motley crew to save someone. Even I would have believed him if I didn't know something about this. Haha, Venerable Qi shook his head. Fiend Yang's brows shook. Wasn't that badge used to be the leader in the Double Dragon gathering? How did it become Wu's proof to attack Mystical Heaven Sect? Fiend Yang was perplexed. The disciples who went to Double Dragon gathering were also aware of the gaps in that glorious speech. But they were on Xuan's side. The previously puzzled Demon Scheming Sect's crowd was now united under a single thought: to kill. All that was left was to get to Mystical Heaven Sect. Seeing as he could not stop Xuan, Venerable Qi proposed a valid point. Steward Xuan, Mystical Heaven Sect is mostly the same size as us, but we are now going without everyone and are about to attack their home ground. It'll be hard to beat them behind their array. The people stopped being noisy and frowned. True. Xuan's brow shook and grinned. He turned around to look at a black cloud coming over, led by a familiar figure. Brother Xuan, we've come to help. Who? The Demon Scheming Sect's people looked up to see the sky covered by a throng of men as they flew over. In the lead was a man in his 20s, filled with vigor and regal. Xuan's features softened as he smiled. You've grown, Yunhai. Brothers have come to answer the call. Xuan's eyes flashed and laughed. Ha ha ha, now we have enough men. My 2 armies will join forces and win. Chapter 735. Young Sanzi came to help. Chapter 735. Young Sanzi came to help. Proofreader, Papatongs. Whoosh. Just like pitch-black rain, they all landed like a downpour behind Luo Yinhai. He came before Xuan in excitement. "Brother Xue, it's been ages. How have you been?" "All right." Xuan grinned and patted his shoulder. "I'm relieved you've now grown into your role as clan head. You must be skilled now in leading the Luo clan." Luo Yinhai shook his head. "It's all because Brother Xue set the stage. With the 3 stewards minding everything, even as a clan head, I didn't have much worry." "Ha ha ha, a clan head's greatest ability is to manage his people. If you'd micromanage everything in the clan, then you wouldn't be a clan head." A smile was splayed on Xuan's face. "Those 3 are called the wisest 3 in Tianyu. It's clearly not for nothing. With them by your side I had no worries." Luo Yinhai was worried though, "But Big Brother Xue, I always hoped you'd come back. I've always kept the Grand Steward spot empty for you. Even Steward Zhuge won't touch it. As for the other 2, you got their positions set. When will you be coming back?" "I'll be a steward again when I return?" Xuan grinned at him. "I'm currently soaring through the ranks, yet to come back down." Startled, Luo Yinhai blinked at Xuan. He, there's another empty seat as well, my sis husband. You could always… forget it. It's better to be a steward." Xuan shook his head. "I already have a wife. I sent a jade slip over to call for help just to save her, then go back to the Luo clan." "Truly?" Luo Yinhai was overjoyed. Just then, a rough voice sounded from behind. "Steward Xue, you're coming back at last? We've waited ages for this." Xuan looked up to see a very familiar face. His number 1 aide, Li Jingtian. He was already in the 6th layer of ethereal stage, bursting with power and might. His grand aura even forced the weaker cultivators back. Next to him was Qiu Yanhai, Xue Qingcheng, the 2 sages and tens of others in the ethereal stage. While foreign to him, they all held Xuan in high regard. "Elderly, everyone, long time no see. I'm indebted to you for this." Xuan cupped his hand before them, returning the gesture. They said, "Steward Xue, it's our duty. Thank you all. Let's rush to mystical heaven Sect." Xuan cupped his hands again, and shouted. The Luo clan bowed and took to the skies, till the end. The demon scheming Sect's crowd was in shock at such display. These guys only had around 40 ethereal stage experts, yet Xuan only told them to fight and they obeyed, no questions asked. Not caring about their safety, the demon scheming Sect had many reservations in this battle, yet they looked at Xuan's serious face with a lost look, then sighed. They are Steward Xue's clansmen, of course they trust him. They didn't even ask for a reason to fight, only for Xuan to tell them to. It went to show just how highly he was seen among them. Oh, no wonder Steward Xue abandoned demon scheming Sect's prospects to return home. This clan was worth it. Fiend Yang and Venerable Qi sighed. "Dad." A childish voice came from the skies once more. The people looked up to see a red glow flash before them, taking the shape of a 7-year-old. Only this kid could fly, and from the faint aura he gave, he was definitely in the ethereal stage. All of demon scheming Sect was shocked. How did this kid train? This is ludicrous. Only Xuan and Luo clan knew that he was Tianyu's number 1 freak, invincible scamp Gu Santong. No matter how freaky and tough Xuan was, he fell in 2nd place. Not that it mattered when they were practically related. "Dad." Gu Santong landed right in Xuan's arms, cheering. Xuan smiled. "Kid, you came at last. I thought the old guy wouldn't let you." "As if. Even if Uncle said no, I'd just sneak out to help my old man, he. Gu Santong was so glad he was holding Xuan in a tight and long hug. Xuan was also happy to see him. However, the demon scheming Sect was dumbstruck. A freak like Xuan had a 7-year-old in the ethereal stage? His entire family is made of freaks. They could only sigh and shake their heads. Gu Santong pointed at the 2 sages. "Why aren't you 2 dead yet? Last time you had me trapped real tight. Now you dare show your faces again before me? Let me just send you off then, permanently." Gu Santong was about to jump out of Xuan's arms and straight at the two. The sages tensed and fell back. Young Sanzi, they're with me. I also helped you by teaching them a lesson. It's all in the past now. Xuan grabbed Gu Santong and explained, startled. Gu Santong turned to him, and only after a while did he nod. How smart of you. You're only alive for being on Dad's side, humph. Snickering, Gu Santong raised his tiny fist at the two and the sages sighed. Young lord, it's you who always messed with us. You're just as unreasonable as your old man. Scratch that, you're worse. The sages felt helpless before the duo bearing the same insufferable attitude. That's enough catching up. Let's see how we're going to attack Mystical Heaven Sect. After pleasantries, Xuan turned serious. Yunhai, how many did you bring? Luo Yunhai cupped his hands. The 4 tigers of Tianyu are defending the border, Elder Yen is handling alchemy, while the stewards handle the internal affairs. Except for them, Luo Alliance's entire power is now present. We have 50 ethereal stage experts, 5,000 in the radiant stage, and 100,000 large flying tiger army. Demon scheming sects oldies clicked their tongues. For a mere clan to gather such force sure is a rarity. As our agent in Tianyu, he really is amazing, then we will make up for each side's gaps. Next we'll be crushing their home advantage. Xuan's eyes flashed and waved at the 2 armies to come and hear his plan. They all lit up and looked at him in stunned silence. 2 months later, in a dark room in Mystical Heaven Sect, the sound of the door unlocking was heard as the heavy iron door creaked open. A savage face was revealed, yet he wore the lavish clothes of a gentleman. Shaoyu. In this dark place sat 3 girls, Qingcheng, Shui Ruohua, and a woman in her 30s, of soft skin and black eyebrows. Despite being pale, she kept her grace. Senior sister Qianying, is this really necessary? Shaoyu bore a twisted smile as he mocked. Your confinement will soon end. 20 years have passed, yet you still cling to this. You're unmarried, so I don't need you. Why must you cause such a scene? Glancing at him with a cold look, she spoke. Shaoyu, I've watched you grow and thought you'd be different from your father. I was wrong. Your demons are worse than your father's. Your father loves his son dearly. Which is yours? My father, the sect leader, is your master, no? The way you talk is like you don't see him like that anymore. Shaoyu huffed and turned to Qingcheng's flawless beauty with intoxication. Everything I do is for love. Junior sister Qingcheng, half a year is almost up and he still hasn't showed up. You better hold your end. Don't worry, I won't suck you dry, I know restraint. I wish to grow old with you. Qingcheng's brow rose and she spoke flatly. He will come. Since he said he'll be here in 6 months, then he will be here. If he won't show, it's because you stopped him. I will always hold on until he comes before me. Humph, a demonic cultivator entering a righteous sect. Demon? Ha ha ha, who is the real demon here, I wonder? Han Qianying mocked. Shaoyu was furious and clenched his fist. But he controlled himself. Then, a frantic disciple rushed over to report, Young master, there's someone outside the sect asking for you. He said he's Xuan from Demon Scheming Sect. Chapter 736. Arriving at Mystical Heaven Sect. Chapter 736. Arriving at Mystical Heaven Sect. Proofreader, Papatongs. Xuan. Shaoyu's eyes widened in shock. This manic demon dares to knock on Mystical Heaven Sect's door. The girls were startled and Qingcheng was smiling looking at her. Han Qianying smiled. Junior sister, your guy ain't bad. Just the fact he faces Mystical Heaven Sect alone shows he's worth it. But I'm not content. I want to see him and hear his answer. Smiling, Qingcheng sighed. Shui Ruohua looked on in envy. Junior sister, a man that cares for you will be with you forever. I believe his answer will be the one you wanted. Enough! Shaoyu snorted. Demonic cultivators are cruel. How can a damn demonic cultivator be fit to stand next to junior sister Qingcheng? His flowery speech has duped her. I will never let her be deceived by such a shameless fiend. Shui Ruohua sighed. Junior brother, how did you turn out like this? So petty and greedy. You weren't like that before. I changed, you say? It's you who changed. You've always been cold like ice and against demonic cultivators, while now you let yourself be taken by the demonic path. Xian Xiaoyu's eyes turned bloodshot from anger. Even if you changed, it doesn't matter. I refuse to let Qingcheng sink any lower. Han Qianying watched his crazed attitude and sighed to Shui Ruohua. Junior sister, let it go. He's been taken by his demons. He's even worse than a demonic cultivator. He won't wake up. His father must know this as well, yet what does he do? He still caters to his crazed son's whims yet says he purges demons? His son wouldn't have ended up like this if he hadn't pampered him to this extent. Sigh. His father has been overcome by his demon as well, or he wouldn't have dragged junior sister Qingcheng into this. Mystical Heaven Sect has long since stopped being righteous. Shui Ruohua's heart was crushed and she sighed. Mystical Heaven Sect was where she grew up, always being righteous as it was. But at some point she noticed that it had turned rotten. Its glory, hiding a deep shadow more dreadful than a demonic sect. Her sadness only deepened. Xian Xiaoyu mocked. Junior sister Qingcheng, you really think I'll let Xuan go since he came alone to Mystical Heaven Sect? Or what, you'll detain him, someone so important to demon scheming sect? Chu Qingcheng sneered. Xian Xiaoyu gnashed his teeth. There are plenty of ways to keep him here. Don't underestimate me, junior sister. You can't beat him and I advise you not to taunt him, lest you want your life to be over. Chu Qingcheng spoke. Xian Xiaoyu's heart shook. Then he was enraged. Her cold attitude showed how little she cared about him. He clenched his fists, and came to a decision. Junior sister, you'll see. I will make him crawl like a dog before me. We'll see who's the final winner. Guard! Yes, young master. One disciple bowed. Did Xuan come alone? Is there anyone with him? Xian Xiaoyu squinted. The disciple reported. Young master, there is one man with him. One called Qilin. Qilin? Isn't that senior sister Qianying's close friend? Ha ha ha. Xian Xiaoyu snickered at her. Senior sister Qianying, you were just praising Qingcheng's yearning, but yours isn't any humbler. Because of his love for you, Qilin had abandoned his match with me in the Double Dragon Gathering, risking his sect's punishment. How else would we get to beat Demon Scheming Sect in singles? Now that he came waltzing in here like an ignorant fool, I bet senior sister must be wanting to see him too. Han Qianying shook. Xian Xiaoyu snickered. Don't worry, I'll make sure to leave his corpse for senior sister to bury, ha ha ha. Xian Xiaoyu laughed as he left. The iron door closed shut behind him. Han Qianying clenched her fists, her heart a mess of joy and sorrow. Then she started blaming Qilin, this foolish man, coming to Mystical Heaven Sect. But I'm relieved that he still remembers me after all these years. I didn't suffer 20 years in vain. Chu Qingcheng smiled at her. Senior sister, rest easy. With Xuan around, he will be fine. That guy of yours, is that amazing? Can he stand tall before Mystical Heaven Sect? Han Qianying asked curiously. She admired Xuan's courage, but she was still skeptical about his power. Mystical Heaven Sect was a sect after all, and he'd be trapped in its array once inside. How was he to protect Qilin when he had to worry about himself first? She knew Xuan was revered in Demon Scheming Sect, but Xian Xiaoyu had become obsessed and would not care if the sects became enemies. Young master must be planning to get rid of them at all costs. Who will save them then? Chu Qingcheng smiled to ease her worries. I know Xuan better than anyone, so relax. He never was one to lose out. I have never seen him lose in any of his fights. I believe he came prepared this time as well. Chu Qingcheng's face was one of absolute trust. Han Qianying watched, stunned. Shui Ruohua nodded as well. Senior sister, I've seen Xuan as well, he's not normal. Qilin should be safe with him. Han Qianying looked at them and took a deep breath to calm her heart. All she could do was pray that this unknown and mysterious Xuan would be capable of a miracle to keep both of them safe. Outside of Mystical Heaven Sect, an opening popped into thin air, followed by a disciple coming out and welcoming Xuan and Kuei Lang. Honored guests, Sect leader welcomes you in his hall. The disciple was in the profound heaven stage. He bowed and spoke amiably. Xuan raised an eyebrow. Mystical Heaven Sect wants to play around, huh? This is clearly a trap. Not that they were scared, since they came willingly into the tiger's den. The two cupped their hands and Xuan spoke. Thank you for leading us. The disciple bowed again and took them in. Steward Zhua, they didn't attack outside because they want to get rid of all traces on the inside. They don't want to take any chances. Kuei Lang sent to Xuan. Xuan smiled and nodded, sending back. That's for sure. They went for the girls and know why I'm here. Since they welcome us in, it shows they want to kill us outright, not caring about the demon scheming sect. Then we don't need to hold back at all. But before we start, we must make sure the girls are safe. We can't have them using them as hostages. Kuei Lang's eyes flashed. They soon arrived at the flashy main hall. The disciple led Xuan and Kuei Lang inside, but on the main seat they saw an old man that was barely skin and bones with a hard look and dignified air. The disciple bowed. Greetings, Sect leader. The honored guests have arrived. Leave us. Sect leader Xian spoke, and the disciple left. Sect leader Xian looked Xuan in the eye. It is you, Xuan. Does Sect leader Xian know me? Xuan raised an eyebrow. Sect leader Xian nodded. 10 years ago, in Tianyu Empire, I chose Qingcheng to prepare for Double Dragon Gathering, while Xiaoyu chose you. I thought I had him pay a heavy price for you, but I was astonished to find out how much you shone in the Double Dragon Gathering. Your name shook the Western lands. I can see that Sect leader Xia's eyes were sharper than mine. Ha ha ha, Sect leader Xian is too kind. Xuan smiled. This old bag of bones, what's with that heavy look? What Double Dragon Gathering preparations? You clearly took her for your son. You think I don't know? Hypocrite! Xuan and Kuei Lang despised him on the inside. Chapter 737, Bargain. Chapter 737, Bargain. Proofreader, Papatongs. Sect leader Xian's face was flat as he said, I can't help but wonder what has brought you to my sect. Can it be that sect leader hasn't heard? Xuan raised a taunting eyebrow. Qingcheng and I come from Tianyu and have known each other since. I owed her a clear answer since then and never got to give it yet. At the Double Dragon Gathering, I came upon a realization, so I had told her that I would give her an answer half a year later. Now I have come to fulfill that promise. Sect leader Xian squinted and turned colder on the spot. Is it love? Oh, Sect leader Xian is so wise to see it. Xuan nodded with a smile. Kuei Lang at the side had to hide his chuckling bam. Sect leader Xian slammed the armrest in anger and jumped to his feet. Xuan, you're a demon scheming sect disciple. If you're here on sect matters, I'm most open for discussions, but my sect has rules too. My disciples are forbidden from being friendly with demonic cultivators, especially about fraternizing. For you to mention this to me, are you perhaps doing it to mock my sect rules? Men, seize them. Yes. Sect leader Xian issued his order and the main hall was flooded with people from everywhere, all profound heaven disciples. Xuan sneered. Did this guy not hear about my feats at Double Dragon Gathering? When even ethereal stage experts were no match for him, what was he doing throwing small fries at him? Since so many came at a mere shout, it was obvious this was premeditated. This wasn't to capture them, but to force them to strike first. Sect leader Xian knew killing demon scheming sect's best disciple just from a mere offense was the worst way to do it. He had to get this disciple to make the first move, by killing Mystical Heaven Sect's people and sealing his fate. The fact one killed their men, even in their own home, was inexcusable, making it so killing him in turn was totally justified. Not even Double Dragon Manor might get involved. This sly dog wants us killed. Xuan squinted and just stood there. Kuei Lang looked calm as well, giving Xuan a look of admiration. It's all going as Steward Zhuo predicted. This old coot really wants to make us start killing. First is to lure us into a crime, then use experts to purge us for the demons we are. Thank God Steward Zhuo saw it coming, or we'd have started killing. Not so fast. Xuan shouted, Sect Leader Xian, you knew long ago why we're here. Why all the theatrics? Let's be blunt about it and talk business. Sect Leader Xian watched the two as the tide of people only surrounded them. He knew his plan fell through and waved, all of you leave. The disciples started, then receded as the tide, gone in a blink and leaving the three alone once more. You're worthy of your reputation in Tianyu Empire. To have your name echoing far and wide after Double Dragon gathering as well, Steward Zhuo sure is something. Steward Zhuo nodded. If anyone else would have come to me with this, I'd hardly care. But Steward Zhuo, since it's you, I'm a little intrigued. What kind of business are you talking about? Xuan smiled. Sect Leader Xian, Mystical Heaven Sect, has lost in the Double Dragon gathering and hardly got anything. Ha ha ha, not that much. It's pretty much the same as always. With a sharp glint in his eyes, Sect Leader Xian noticed something. Xuan, where are you going with this? Nowhere, really, only considering Sect Leader Xian's position. Demon Scheming Sect and Mystical Heaven Sect have always been at odds. Demon Scheming Sect now has 10,000 sacred stones to grow. Mystical Heaven Sect only got 200. 100 years from now, Demon Scheming Sect will soar while Mystical Heaven Sect will be stuck. Even if there were more Double Dragon gatherings, do you really believe you have the power to turn it around? What are the odds of something like Demon Scheming Sect's sudden rise happening again? At that time, who knows what our sect leader would do? Xuan had an evil smile on his face as he looked at Kuei Lang. Getting a little bit of kick out of it, right? Ha ha ha. Steward Zhuo, you have a much too kind opinion of our sect leader. When the time comes, he won't stop there. He'll make sure none of those that offended him will ever return. Right, it's you who's been in the sect for longer and got his temper. Ha ha ha. Xuan patted Kuei Lang's shoulder. Kuei Lang laughed as well. Sect Leader Xian's cheek twitched. Xuan, just say what you want. Let's make a deal. His face back to being serious, Xuan began. You know what I want. I got 2,000 sacred stones from the Double Dragon gathering, almost the same amount the last spot in Middle 3 sects got. If you have them and grow up fast, in the next Double Dragon gathering you won't fall so far behind of Demon Scheming Sect. Sect Leader Xian's eyes lit up. He probed. You mean you're willing to give me 2,000 sacred stones? It's not give, but trade. Xuan squinted. We only want Chu Qingcheng and Han Qianying, then these sacred stones are yours to do what you please with them. Quite the bargain. Sect Leader Xian frowned, his heart filled, stirred by all kinds of feelings, even as his face looked stone cold. You want me to give my disciples to 2 demonic cultivators just for that? What do you take me? Businessman. Xuan cut him off with a smile. You made a deal with Qingcheng the first time. Now I am the one making a deal with you. You had Qingcheng come to your sect for Double Dragon gathering. Now it's over, and you didn't get to win much either. And now that I come to you with a losing deal on my part, you're not going to take it? Sect Leader Xian's beard shook as he frowned. Using disciples in a deal is not the righteous path. But seeing how you're so willing, then of the two, just 1 inch. It's either both or the deal is off. We'll just leave and won't even take them. Demonic cultivators are cruel at the core, and we want the 2 just so we can ease our regret. But if the price is too high, we'd rather not take it. Breaking emotions is a road we all must take. Xuan's eyes flashed, giving Sect Leader Xian no chance to haggle. Sect Leader Xian knows that I only have 2,000 sacred stones on me. I also only want the 2 girls. From the start, our chips were called, and this deal can only have 2 outcomes. Please, enough with the games, Sect Leader Xuan. You're looking down on our sincerity. Amazing! Sect Leader Xuan was dumbstruck, but then he sighed. Men, bring Qingcheng and Qianying. Yes. One disciple outside the doors shouted and rushed to comply. Xuan and Qilin nodded and grinned. It all went perfectly so far. The old coot was taken in by the sacred stones. Easing a breath, Sect Leader Xuan felt stuck. He discovered that ever since Xuan showed up, everything went his way. Being led around like this left him feeling most unsettled. Not even when talking with Shaoyu would he lose so much ground. Sect Leader Xuan was glum inside, so he said, Xuan, does Shaoyu know you're giving up 2,000 sacred stones for 2 girls? If Sect Leader knew, would we have reached here? Xuan smiled. We all know using resources on the enemy isn't good for the sect, but demonic cultivators are selfish. For our girls, we sometimes have no choice but to ignore the sect. Sect Leader Xuan nodded, just like I thought. Shaoyu has no clue about this. That's good. They came by themselves. That means they don't have demon scheming sect backing them. Even if I take the stones, then I can. Sect Leader Xuan's eyes flashed with bloodthirst as he made a sinister grin. Shaoyu just came out of that room and was about to go to main hall, to prance around as Xuan was at his death door. Yet he saw a disciple rushing to where the girls were held and shouted, Hey, what are you doing? Young master. The guy bowed, Young master, I am obeying Sect Leader's order, taking Qingcheng and Han Qianying to the main hall. A what? Shaoyu looked at the main hall in shock. Father, what the hell are you doing? Chapter 738. The Answer. Chapter 738. The Answer. Proofreader, Papatongs. What happened to the 2 from the demon scheming sect? Are they dead yet? Feeling restless for some reason, Shaoyu grabbed the disciple's shoulder as he asked. The disciple was slightly scared, holding in the pain coming from his shoulder as he faltered. They and Sect Leader were at odds at first. Sect Leader gave the order to kill them, but then... Then what? Shaoyu stared fixedly at him, gulping. The guy hesitated. Then Sect Leader had us leave. They talked some more, seemingly reaching a conclusion. Then Sect Leader had me bring the ladies. Beat it! Shaoyu roared, pushing him. His cheek twitched, his eyes exploding with fury. Reaching a conclusion? What the hell is that old coot doing? Didn't I tell him Xuan must be killed? Why are they just chatting? The disciple slowly got back to his feet, not even looking the angry young master in the eye. Young master, if that is all, I have to pass the order. Hold it! Shaoyu barked, and the guy almost cried in fear. He didn't know how he was supposed to face such a crazed young master. He feared the young master would explode and kill him. Ever since Double Dragon Gathering, the young master was unnatural, his mood volatile. Many junior brothers were killed at the slightest whim. It would not be much if this was a demonic sect, but we're a righteous sect here. How can you kill left and right? But since he was Sect Leader's son, everyone had no choice but to bear it. The guy spoke on the verge of crying. Young master, how may I help you? I'm coming with you. I want to see what game Xuan is playing to unsettle the old man. Shaoyu clenched his fists as his face twisted in rage. 15 minutes later, the heavy iron door opened with a creak. Shaoyu and the disciple were back inside. Qingcheng mocked. Back already? Shaoyu was vexed. He didn't answer. The disciple walked up, by Sect Leader's order. Senior sisters Qingcheng and Qianying, please come to the main hall. Why should we? Qingcheng asked back. The disciple shook his head. I don't know. After Sect Leader talked with the 2 disciples from Demon Scheming Sect, he told me to get Pa. Before he finished, the disciple was met with disaster in the form of a hard slap. It hit his cheek with so much force, he was bleeding from the mouth and collapsed. You're supposed to relay the order, not run your mouth. Xian Shaoyu glared. The disciple was overcome with injustice, but did not voice a word. The girls were overjoyed. Xuan got sect leader Xian to get them out. Han Qianying was startled as she muttered in disbelief. The crude Kuei Lang knows how to negotiate? It has to be Xuan. Qingcheng, your man is really something to make sect leader yield. Qingcheng smiled. Her pride in Xuan could not be explained with mere words. Xian Shaoyu was annoyed at their faces and was about to blow a gasket. Don't get too happy. You might be going to main hall just to see Xuan begging on his knees for my dad's mercy. Give it up. Xian Shaoyu snapped. Men, take them. Yes. Someone came over to escort them. Wait. They turned to Shuiruohua. Can I come to the main hall to see as well? Shuiruohua spoke. Xian Shaoyu squinted, then nodded with a mocking smile. Sure, senior sister Ruohua, you've always looked after me before, but since the punk showed up, you've changed. Were you entranced by him as well? Then I'll bring you along as well, to see who the real winner is between us. Xian Shaoyu flicked his hand, and another person came to Shuiruohua to take her. Flushing red, Shuiruohua glanced at Qingcheng, but what she got in reply was a curious look. She had to lower her beet-red face, unable to look straight at her. Xian Shaoyu and the three girls strutted over to the main hall, Qianying. Seeing the girls, the restless Kuei Lang rushed to his feet and went to the girl he hadn't seen in 20 years to grab her soft face. Han Qianying shook, her own hands gently tracing the aged face as she spoke tenderly. It's been so long, Kuei Lang. Yeah, the child is all grown up. Kuei Lang nodded, choked with emotion. Xuan smiled. Then he looked at Qingcheng, yet in no rush to go to her. He just gracefully put down the teacup and simply walked to her. I've come to take you. Hold on. Xuan didn't get to reach her as Qingcheng stopped him. You came to take me? That's it? Why? Everyone started, not understanding her. Shuiruohua was the most confused. Didn't she always want to see Xuan? Why refuse now? Xuan chuckled. Yeah, I didn't come just to take you. I want to give you a 10 years late answer. Qingcheng's eyes shook as she smiled. Do you still remember the question? Of course I do. Xuan took a deep breath as he began. I remember you asking me in Drifting Flower City whether I had any reason to stay for longer. Qingcheng nodded, and I recall you telling me no. I lied, and for that I even coughed blood, the reason for the blood you saw. Xuan's eyes glistened with tears, as if recalling that feeling. Now I want to answer you once more. In the Drifting Flower City, the only reason I had for wanting to stay was to spend my life in that rundown house. Because there I lived with the person I never wanted to leave. Qingcheng's mouth shook, then widened in a mesmerizing smile. Is this just another lie? Who knows? You'll have the rest of your life to see. Xuan smiled as he opened his arms. Are you willing to live your life by this demon's side, to verify this answer? Qingcheng giggled. Brazen demon, I will watch you all my life to see if you lied. If I find out you did, humph. Qingcheng stomped her feet, then rushed for Xuan to hold him in a fierce hug. She closed her eyes and listened to his heart as she muttered, From now on, I will always listen to this sound, to know you. I couldn't be happier. He wrapped his hands around her waist as tenderness was evoked on his features. He took a deep breath, feeling like the whole world was at peace, or maybe that he possessed the entire world. Shuiruohua watched stunned and sighed in disappointment, yet wished them well. Kuei Lang was also smiling, happy for him. Only Xian Shaoyu was fuming mad, ready to spew fire like a volcano. Vile demon, I'm not giving junior sister Qingcheng to you. Father, what is this? Why are you giving them to these demons? If word got out, who would respect mystical heaven sect again? What about me and my illness? Xian Shaoyu turned to sect leader Xian, who started pointing out the reasons to not do this. By giving Qingcheng to Xuan, how am I supposed to repair my elemental imbalance? I still need her virginity. She can only be my woman. Sect leader Xuan knew all of this but remained undeterred. Because he wanted both his son alive and those stones. Sect leader Xuan spoke. Xuan, you already have what you wanted. Are you going to honor your promise? What promise? When did I promise you anything? Xuan mocked, going back on his word on the spot. Sect leader Xuan roared. Xuan, you dare toy with me? Don't forget, you're in mystical heaven sect now. And? I got what I wanted anyway, ha ha ha. Xuan's eyes glinted, his smile devilish. Chapter 739, Blatant Taunt. Chapter 739, Blatant Taunt. Proofreader, Papatongs. Sect leader Xian's face fell as he barked. I knew demonic cultivators aren't to be trusted, but I never believed you had the nerve to go back on your word right in my sect. Go back on my word? Ha ha ha, sect leader Xuan, you're blowing things out of proportion. Xuan sneered. Speaking of trust, there's nothing of the sort between us. Let's be honest here, did you really go that far, all the way to Tianyu to get Qingcheng, just for double dragon gathering? Wasn't it to save your poor excuse of a son? Sect leader Xuan shook as he spoke. Where did you hear that? Pa. Xuan snapped his fingers and in a flash of blue, the Danner everyone knew appeared. Danner. The girls cried. Danner was shocked to appear here, but was happy to go to them. Sister Ruohua Qingcheng, I told Xuan everything. He'll take us out. The girls smiled in joy. Sect leader Xuan knew Xuan knew everything and no longer faked. He stood up, unleashing all his power and his bloodlust. He clearly wanted to rob Xuan. Xuan sneered. Sect leader Xuan, it was you who showed no trust in us. Our deal was never going to work. But now I will give you one last chance. 2,000 sacred stones for Qingcheng and Han Qianying. You now have a choice to make between the future of the sect and your son's life. The people started and turned to sect leader Xuan to wait for his answer. The girls now understood how Xuan convinced their sect leader to get them here. 2,000 sacred stones were very enticing for a sect. No wonder even the sect leader, who was always thinking about his son, was enticed. But when Xuan only mentioned Chu Qingcheng and Han Qianying, Shui Ruohua was crushed. How did he forget about her? Shaoyu stared at his father, soaked in sweat, and waiting for his decision. It couldn't be that his dad was going to forsake him for 2,000 sacred stones, right? Xuan. Sect leader Xuan squinted as he spoke. I want the fish and I also want the bear paw. How will you settle it? Xuan stared hard at him. Isn't it giving up the fish for the bear paw? Smiley face, Mencius saying. The meaning is you have to sacrifice something in order to gain something. For the entire story, https://ethics of suicide. lib Utah. edu/selections/Mencius/. Wrong, it's eating the paw and taking the fish. That's how you have them both. Sect leader Xian's aura exploded as his bloodthirst spiked, making everyone shiver. The power of an 8th-layer ethereal stage expert caused these radiant stage cultivators to feel like they were under a mountain, suffocating under its pressure. Shaoyu was overjoyed. He got his dad's intention, to get both Chu Qingcheng and the stones. That meant killing the two. His joy was short-lived, however, as a scarlet fist slammed into his chest. He couldn't even react as the power went through his chest like a sword. He sprayed out blood from his mouth as he was sent flying, making a 3-meter large hole in the wall. The bright sunlight shone from the outside, on his bloody figure and glinting off the golden scales of his armor, now dented. Shuddering, Shaoyu looked at his original spot with hatred. Xuan. TCH, a 9th-grade spiritual armor. It must be your lucky day to survive a blow from me. Xuan said in disdain. Sect leader Xuan went pale. A 30-meter-long red spear appeared behind him and pierced at Xuan's small build as he roared, Xuan, you harmed my son. Die. At the incoming immense power bearing down on them, Han Qianying paled and wanted to warn Xuan, but Kuei Lang stopped her with a smile. Han Qianying was puzzled. Xuan looked to be in the radiant stage. Fighting sect leader in his crazed state was a death sentence, however. Kuei Lang showed not an ounce of worry. Do they all believe Xuan can live after sect leader's soul attack? She had no way of knowing. All the people here had seen Xuan's might, and they knew it was out of this world. Sect leader Xian, you're using power to have your way. Since you wanted this, then I won't hold back. Ha ha ha! Xuan snorted and looked at the long spear. He squinted, and a dragon roar echoed out as an astonishing light came from his body. Bam! The loud bang grated the other's ears, the flood of power sweeping everything and making the main hall erupt, its pieces falling everywhere. The mighty force made the whole sect quake. The elders and venerable were startled and rushed over, while the clueless disciples just watched the main hall in stupefaction. What's going on over there? The ground kept shaking as dust engulfed the skies, covering the bright sun above. The girls held their ears, shaking with the earth as they tried to hold on. When the dust settled, Han Qianying watched in shock. That. Qianying, that is the proof steward. Zhua is the best disciple in Western lands, a heaven dragon soul like exalted double dragons. The large scarlet dragon flicked to its tail and wrapped the spear tight. It could not budge an inch. Xuan sneered at the spear, hardly caring about it. Kuei Lang ached in pride as he made the introductions to his woman. As if the soul was his to begin with. Stumped, Han Qianying now came to and sighed. Junior sister, your man is just like you said. It's my first time seeing a disciple stopping sect leaders and raged blow. Qingcheng smiled in pride. Kuei Lang was also smug. Qianying, Steward Zhua isn't just a disciple. In the Double Dragon gathering his strength has got nothing to do with you. Don't talk like his glory is yours. Han Qianying cast her elegant eyes on him and shook her head. You haven't changed after all these years. You still like to brag, I see. Kuei Lang gave a bashful smile, looking at Han Qianying with joy and bliss. Sect leader Xian watched Xuan's dragon and was shocked. He heard the disciples that came back that Xuan was tough, but not by this much. He was at the 8th layer ethereal stage, yet Xuan was only in the 4th layer radiant stage. The gap was more than 10 layers. Even with the heaven dragon soul, there was a limit to how much one could bridge it, yet his ever-trusted long spear could not even touch Xuan, trapped by that scarlet dragon. It was so strong it even overwhelmed an expert like him. Xuan saw through his shock. Sect leader Xian, I might be of lower cultivation, but my soul formed when I entered the radiant stage. In other words, my soul is like a 4th layer ethereal stage soul. Not to mention it's the strongest there is, the heaven dragon soul. You'll have to try harder if you want to take my life, ha ha ha. Sect leader Xian was outraged, his fists clenched. This is a blatant taunt. Never in his life had he been taunted by such a young radiant stage expert. What made it worse was that the taunt was irrefutable. Looking at the trapped long spear, sect leader Xian grew angrier. On his turf, he was the one that looked bad. His son was smashed, and he couldn't do anything about it. He felt he had no face left. Whoosh. Sect leader Xian shook and recalled the long spear. His eyes were fixed on Xuan, glinting coldly. Xuan, you really are the best disciple you showed at Double Dragon Gathering. But don't think for a second you can go where you want in Western lands. You're not the best yet. Here is the mystical heaven sect, not your backyard. Sect leader Xian roared and tens of figures littered the sky. Chapter 740. Hiding a Million Army. Chapter 740. Hiding a Million Army. Proofreader, Papatongs. Whoosh. One after the other, ethereal stage experts gathered around them, numbering more than 60. Their huge auras turned into a cage, trapping all of them in the middle, their hearts sinking. The girls looked at the savage faces they each had and shook. These were the highest powers of the sect. Alone, Xuan could beat them, but not like this. The girls were worried for Xuan, but he and Kuei Lang were calm as ever. Not even Danner twitched. As if it was all in the plan. Danner sneered at those elders. Even, rolling her eyes, ganging on? We'll show you the real meaning soon enough. Xuan, there's nowhere for you to run. Seeing that help was here, Shaoyu regained his ego. Struggling to get to his feet from the heavy wound, he cackled. Ha ha ha, weren't you tough? Let's see how tough you are in my home. Men, finish him. Shaoyu ordered, and the elders were about to act, but Sect leader Xuan held them back, ignoring his clueless son. Sect leader Xuan eyed Xuan. Hand over the stones and I'll let you go. Father, Shaoyu cried out, but Sect leader Xuan waved him off with an evil grin plastered on his face. Xuan said, Sect leader Xuan, you take me for a 3-year-old? If word got out that mystical heaven sect not only wanted to kill me from the start but now wants to rob a mere disciple of his sacred stones, the whole Western lands will look down on you. Would you actually allow that to happen? Ha ha ha, in the end you'll still use power to have your way. I'm no fool, so please don't insult my intelligence. No one would believe you. Xuan, your biggest flaw is that you're too clever. It would have been so much better if you just died without knowing so much. Sect leader Xian's brow shook. Since you already guessed it, then no more mincing words. I'll just have to search your corpse for my prize. Are you sure you'll find them? Ha ha ha, even if I don't it won't matter. In the end, an astute man like you won't ever leave this place alive. Sect leader Xuan shouted. Everyone attack! Kill him at all costs! The others roared and converged on Xuan, unleashing their souls and surrounding the almighty Scarlet Dragon King. The thick bloodthirst had even almighty Scarlet Dragon King shaking. Xuan raised an eyebrow and waved. Sect leader Xuan and the mighty mystical heaven sect is ganging up on someone. My, if only the world knew. You're wrong. No one will know with you dead. Sect leader Xuan had a nasty smirk on his face. Western lands will soon find out the best talent in Western lands. Xuan invaded mystical heaven sect in his madness to violate and kill a female disciple, causing havoc through our sect. The elders fought to contain you, but the demon was berserk, and had no choice but to put him down. Not even Xiaoyu can question that. The others were shocked. Sect leader Xuan wanted to kill them at all costs, then make up some excuse. Seeing the elders closing in, they turned serious, with the girls ready to die in this. Only Xuan took it in stride. Nice speech, but what about this take? The best talent in Western lands, the distinguished and carefree Xuan, was the victim of a most nefarious ploy. The mystical heaven sect planned on robbing him of the 2,000 sacred stones and even killing him for them. However, the sect elders came to the rescue, carving a path of blood. Xuan's ring flashed and 50 demon scheming sect elders came out, displaying their souls with a bang as they met the mystical heaven sects strike. The elders returned to Xuan's side with a heavy face as they watched the enemy warily. While mystical heaven sects elders were stunned to see 50 more people coming out of nowhere. What? This kid's ring can hold people? Shaoyu's eyes shook as he cried out. Sect leader Xuan shook his head. At most, his ring can only hold these many. Calm down. Sect leader Xuan mocked Xuan. Your version isn't bad, but a shame it's not going to happen. This is the mystical heaven sect. I have all the men and power I need while you only have 50 people. What's 50 more corpses anyway? Sect leader Xuan shouted. Inner elders and venerables, hear my order. At his summons, the sky was soon filled with people flying over one after the other. There were hundreds of them. Xuan, today you'll be buried along with these people. Sect leader Xuan smirked with pride. Shaoyu was overjoyed yet against the triple-doubled layers surrounding him. Xuan and the new demon scheming sect elders on the scene were unperturbed. They had it all planned out. Laughing at the sky, Xuan lifted his ring, his eyes shining. Sect leader Xuan, you think only you can call people out? Ha ha ha, this might be your turf, but not even you'd expect. With my cautious nature, how can I come without assurances? Just to die. Sect leader Xuan shook, his heart uneasy. Then he looked dumbfounded as the rest of the elders at what happened. Brothers have come to answer the call. Xuan's thunder ring flashed blue. Lights started coming out of it and an aura covered the skies. The pressure of the mystical heaven Sect's group was now dispelled in an instant. When the light show finished, what came out was a shocking scene. Even Sect leader Xuan was stunned and watched Agape, the enemy, attack. In an instant, none could believe their eyes. It was not much of an exaggeration to say the whole sect was stunned. They were under attack. This cry had spread throughout the mystical heaven sect. Many disciples stood stunned at the news. Where? How are we attacked with such a clear blue sky? Besides, isn't the array on? Where are the attacks? They were still oblivious that while an attack at night was a night raid, one in broad daylight was called an enemy attack. In this situation, however, the critical point here was who the enemy was, and whether it could threaten them. Xuan and Kuei Lang were looked down upon by sect leader Xuan. Xuan called 50 helpers, yet sect leader Xuan still did not call out. But now, he shouted this and proved they had the power to threaten the sect. And this power was now within their prized array defending the sect. They were in their home. This attack out of the blue was just too inconceivable for the disciples to understand and prepare against accordingly. This was a concealed danger for the future. How is this possible? Shaoyu looked dumbstruck at the army. Where did they come from? And so many. How can he hold so many people in his ring? The girls were looking shocked as well. The once clear sky was now covered by a sea of people. In the tens of thousands, it was literally an army. How can this be? A mere storage ring held an army on standby? Everyone gasped at Xuan and at his ring. Where did this guy get that kind of treasure? That's too outrageous. Didn't that mean he could strike anyone with an army whenever, wherever? This is freaking unheard of. How would they know that Qingcheng reforged the ring into a sacred ring? Its space was not only huge, it could even hold a nation. This was not the point though. The crux here was Xuan got the army and hundreds of ethereal stage experts from demon scheming sect to easily slip past mystical heaven sect's array. Next was obvious, a huge war on the sect's lands. Now, only strength would be the judge as to who would win in this war. Mystical heaven sect's fate was at stake. Would it perish? Haha, quite possibly. Chapter 741. Necro Dragon's Claws. Chapter 741. Necro Dragon's Claws. Proofreader, Papatonks. Venerable Qi, Venerable Bai, you will take the right flank and stop the enemy. Elder Qiu, Sister Shui, you take the left flank. Elder Li, you will take the remaining ethereal stage experts and carve a path through the middle. The disciples are to go with the Flying Tiger army on a killing spree. Get the treasury and cut off their reinforcements. The army just showed up and Luo Yunhai started giving orders, just like how a real marshal would. The men roared and went to execute. The mystical heaven sect oldies were still slow on the uptake when the demon scheming sect's force came at them with the intent to kill. Now they had to react. However, demon scheming sect's force had Luo Yunhai preparing them till now, teaching them formation. The sheer display had struck fear into the mystical heaven sect, caught unprepared as they were, and it made them frantic in their response. In a single fight, a commander had little importance, while in a group, that was where he showcased his ability, taking initiative on the battlefield through strategy and awareness. In a split second, the battle turned out to be an enactment of the strategy Luo Yunhai and Xuan devised early on. Taking the higher ground, they were the ones surrounded by hundreds of elders, yet now, the left and right sides were freed while in center, Elder Li's force was having an easy time clearing a path. Luo Yunhai then took Flying Tiger army, the Radiant Stage and Profound Heaven Demon scheming sect disciples as he shot forth, ignoring the ethereal stage experts' fights so as to not suffer needless losses. Their targets? Mystical Heaven sect disciples. They aimed to kill them and take the treasury's arms and pills to cripple the enemy's backup. Although the reinforcements were close, knowing that it was taken out so fast it would strike a blow at the ethereal stage experts' morale, sapping them of the will to fight. Xuan nodded. Yunhai is becoming more and more outstanding. He doesn't cower even when ordering ethereal stage expert. He's just like me back in the day. There's the Luo clan as well? Looking at the familiar faces, Qingcheng was startled. Xuan nodded. Yep, they heard the great steward Xua's madam was taken and came in full force to help me. Ha ha ha. Well, even though it's been so long since I left the Luo clan, they still hold me in high regard. She rolled her eyes and shook her head. But what about the demon scheming sect? How did you get the sect leader to give you so much power? Han Qianying asked in shock. She had grown in the sect and knew of its might. But why would demon scheming sect's sect leader spare nothing in saving Xuan's wife? She just couldn't figure it out. Was Xuan so important to the sect leader, much more than the sect? Xuan and Kuei Lang looked at each other and chuckled. Well, we'll talk later. Now we need to finish what we started. Xuan's eyes shone and stared at sect leader Xian. Grinning, he shouted, Sect leader Xian, it seems to me, my version isn't far from becoming a reality, ha ha ha. Sect leader Xian's face twitched. Watching the frantic battlefield, he grew startled and angry, clenching his fists as he shook all over. Xuan's sudden attack was out of his predictions, and that had him scared, to the point it even made room for panic to set in. But he was a sect leader after all. He took a couple of deep breaths to calm down. Mystical Heavens Sect, fight! Beat back the invaders! Toll the bell! Ack! Yet not far from the main hall, howls came as it started burning. Sect leader Xian cried, That's the treasury! They're stealing our arms and cutting off our supplies. Damn it! They were ready for it from the start. That's why they started this war, said a venerable with a long beard who was standing next to sect leader Xian. He started cursing. But how the hell did these outsiders know where our treasury was? Who the hell told them? Sect leader Xian gnashed his teeth and held a girl in his bloodshot eyes. Danner, you damn traitor! You even told everything to your enemies. You're giving Mystical Heavens Sect no chance of survival. If I had known, I wouldn't have taken you in. Well. Shaking, Danner looked scared as she hid behind Qingcheng. But she soon got over her fear and stuck out her nose. Master, didn't you take me in for your own devices? Enough of your noble act, stop trying to look benevolent. As Xuan said, we each take what we need, regardless of the other. You want our lives and I'm supposed to just give it? No way. Shaking all over, sect leader Xian was fuming mad as he barked. Filthy traitor, you've been lied to by that demon punk. I'll make sure to get rid of you for this betrayal. Sect leader Xian pointed and the long spear soul shot straight for Danner. Danner once again ducked behind Qingcheng. Then, the dragon roared once more and Xuan's almighty Scarlet Dragon King blocked the girls. It flicked its tail and slammed the long spear from the immense power surge that was released. Many ethereal stage experts that were fighting were blown away as the long spear was beaten back. Almighty Scarlet Dragon King also had a scale on its tail destroyed from the clash. This was a draw, sect leader Xian. The lass is my wife's little sister, which makes her my little sister. Are you looking down on me so much by targeting her? Xuan walked on the Scarlet Dragon and mocked sect leader Xian. Sect leader Xian gnashed his teeth as he spat. Xuan, you've brought all of them here to ruin my sect. I won't let you off for this. TCH, you're talking as if you would have if I was alone, hypocrite. Xuan sneered. No matter what, today I vowed to accomplish 3 things. 1. To answer my wife's 10-year-long question. 2. To take her from this place she gave herself for my sake. And 3. Humph. Xuan's eyes shone with bloodlust. To get rid of any that dare threaten my wife. That's why your death is at hand, so you will never touch her again. Xuan roared as the Scarlet Dragon shot for sect leader Xian. Sect leader Xian gnashed his teeth and charged as well. The huge long spear and the mighty Scarlet Dragon clashed in a mighty display of force. The power surge made the fights around look like a children's scuffle. forcing the ethereal stage experts to back away before they could resume the fight. Demon scheming sects oldies saw for the first time Xuan's soul and were shocked by its power. Looking at the two fight, that was not between a disciple and a sect leader, but between two sect leaders. Every elder and venerable sighed, then nodded. At some point it seemed Xuan wielded the power of a sect leader. Sect leader will help you. The two venerables next to sect leader Xian shouted, but a black shadow appeared in front of them. Li Jingtian gave them a cold look. Sorry, I hope you won't disturb Steward Zhu's fight. You'll be fighting me. The two mocked. You're only in the 6th layer, while we are in the 7th layer ethereal stage. You hope to take us all by yourself? Fool. Ha ha ha, idiots, we are Steward Zhu's people. How can our cultivation be normal? Li Jingtian sneered. Only dumb homegrown cultivators would ever think that. The two were outraged. Humph, you'll know soon enough, old man. Behold the power of mystical heaven sects, double axe exterminators. The two shook and a huge axe as well as battle axe appeared behind them. Their power was so mighty it felt like they would rip space as they hacked at Li Jingtian. Ha ha ha, our double axe souls are famous throughout Western lands for their sharpness. Even a domain soul will have a hole ripped in it. Your death is certain with your weak cultivation. Sorry to disappoint you then. Li Jingtian's eyes flashed and grinned at the incoming axes. Then, a malevolent aura exploded from him, soul variant, Necro dragon claws. Roar! A roar shook the skies as a pitch-black dragon enveloped Li Jingtian. The two dragon claws oozed sinister power as it grabbed the axes. The two mocked. Fool, that's no heavenly dragon soul. There's no way that it can, ugh. Crack! The two shook and their eyes bugged out, dying like that. As for the axes, they were torn to pieces, dissipating in the wind on Li Jingtian's black dragon claws. There was even a faint black glow. I'm no heaven nor earth dragon soul, but that doesn't mean I'm going to lose to some overconfident fools. Li Jingtian's eyes shone and he left, leaving the surrounding elders to gape in shock. Did he come from the secular world? For him to be tied to Xuan, he must be something else. Chapter 742 Loyal and Righteous Clan. Chapter 742 Loyal and Righteous Clan. Proofreader, Papatongs. Stop those damn brats from getting to the treasury. Under Luo Yunhai's leadership, Flying Tiger Army and Demon Scheming Sect's disciples quickly got away from ethereal stage experts' fights and charged straight for mystical heaven sects. Critical areas. Sect leader Xian wasn't the only one able to see their plan. Many other elders were concerned about this as well. At the shout of one man, many others got away from their opponents and went after Luo Yunhai. A great pressure was instantly upon them from behind, and even though most were blocked by Demon Scheming Sect elders, there were still 6 that got through under those mighty auras. Luo Yunhai frowned, his scalp tingling. They were all mere radiant stage and profound heaven disciples. Going against an ethereal stage expert was suicide. Even with thousands of people on his side, it would still end up with their cruel demise. They had no way of stopping those ethereal stage experts' souls with their puny divine sense. They would be mowed down like grass. Whoosh! Suddenly, 2 very familiar figures appeared next to Luo Yunhai, Yuer and Kuei Gang. Looking tensely at him, Kuei Gang hurried. Luo clan head, what do we do? Master told us to listen to your every order. Your brother Zhu's disciples? He actually took disciples? He always refused when asked. Even Elder Yen was only imparted skill and never taken as a disciple. You! Luo Yunhai shook from the shock. Then nodded. I see. No wonder Brother Zhu picked you two to come here among the thousands of disciples of the Demon Scheming Sect. You're on our side. Kuei Gang nodded. Yes, Master said we always listen to him, and while Demon Scheming Sect disciples will obey an outsider's order, that won't go on for long. So he let us two be the middlemen. In any case, we're also Demon Scheming Sect disciples. They trust us more. If you have any orders, Tell us and we'll make sure these disciples will follow your lead. Then take all of them and attack the treasury, Luo Yunhai shouted, then flew behind startled. Kuei Gang quickly grabbed Luo Yunhai, who wanted to leave. Wait, what are you doing? We're attacking the treasury, but what about you? I'm going to stop the ethereal stage experts on our backs and buy you time. Luo Yunhai flew again. The two were stunned. Kuei Gang held much tighter now as he grew nervous. You're looking to die? They're ethereal stage experts. No matter how many people you have, they'll end up dead, all of them. And? I am a soldier at heart. A soldier does not fear death on the battlefield. In any case, this way we'll reach our goal. Luo Yunhai grinned. Kuei Gang was stumped, then gnashed his teeth. Master had us obey your orders. You're the commander here. How can we let you be in danger? I'll go. Demon scheming sect disciples, listen up. Pa. However, he didn't finish as Luo Yunhai grabbed his shoulder. Since your brother was disciple, with the Luo clan here, how can I let you face danger? Moreover, Brother Zhua told me that in this war you must be safe. Later, he'll be giving you a great surprise. But you, Kuei Gang's eyes shook. Luo Yunhai waved his hand. This is the way of the Luo clan, of righteousness and loyalty, a teaching passed down through generations. As the clan head, I have to uphold it. Brother Zhua did so much for us, so I won't ever let his disciples be at risk. Moreover, you said it yourself. Your master told you to obey my orders. Then listen to my command. Luo Yunhai flicked his sleeve and got away from them, flying behind to welcome the 6 ethereal stage experts. Flying Tiger Army with me. Focus your divine sense, breaking formation. Yes. The Flying Tiger Army converged and charged at the enemy with Luo Yunhai. They all knew what awaited them, but life meant nothing before a soldier's duty to obey. This was the Luo clan style. Combined with the original Luo clan's literary reputation of being righteous and loyal, Zhua Fan's bold and fearless nature, as well as Dugu Army's inviolable orders, it became just like an impressive army. Seeing this fearless and brave army, Kuei Gang and Yuer were stunned. Then they sighed. No wonder Master always wanted to go back. This clan cares so much for him. For our lives, as mere Master's disciples, this clan head is willing to pay with his. This is crazy, idiocy, or is it true righteousness? Ha ha ha, I never imagined a demonic cultivator like Master's home would be the most righteous clan. Kuei Gang sighed. But this righteous clan is not as loathsome as the other righteous sections. Yuer, let's go. Kuei Gang wanted to take Yuer to attack the treasury, but he found that she just stared at Luo Yunhai. Still Yuer's eyes grew hazy. Kuei Gang, you listen to Luo clan head. I have another task. Yunhai shot for Luo Yunhai at full speed, leaving Kuei Gang stumped. He gnashed his teeth and shouted, Demon scheming sect disciples, follow me to raid their treasury. Don't squander Luo clan head's sacrifice. Yes. With a roar, the disciples looked at Luo Yunhai, touched by his actions. Before going on to do their part behind them, Luo Yunhai took the 100,000 Flying Tiger Army to pose as a shield for their backs. They had no chance in stopping the ethereal stage experts, but their dauntless aura gave a feeling of security. No wonder Steward Zhua came from the Luo clan. All of them are amazing. Whoosh. The 6 ethereal stage experts were now upon the army. Luo Yunhai shouted, Charge! The Flying Tiger Army obeyed without question. Ignorant fools. Radiant stage and profound heaven cultivators dare block our way? They sneered and mocked Luo Yunhai and the Flying Tiger Army. The elder with the long beard flicked his hand and a lightning arrow 100 meters long shot like lightning for them, a soul variant, heaven-breaking arrow. A huge pressure, one bearing death, descended upon the army. They found it hard to breathe, their mind in pain. Yet not even this could stop Luo Yunhai as he shouted, Focus all your divine sense before us. We're 100,000 men. Yes. The men shouted once more, and with a strong wind, the divine sense gathered as it stuck together into a wall before the incoming arrow. The divine sense just kept getting stronger and stronger. However, the bearded old man mocked, "What can the divine sense of radiant stage cultivators do? It's no match for an ethereal stage expert's condensed soul. Quantity can't beat quality. Humph, a bunch of rats are looking to die, so have at it." The other 5 ethereal stage experts laughed loudly, not in a hurry to join, and instead enjoyed seeing these ants getting squashed. Whoosh! With a thunderclap, the lightning arrow struck the divine sense wall hard. It breached it without delay and went for the army unimpeded. The men all spewed blood, feeling their heads splitting apart from the pain. The few profound heaven cultivators in the Flying Tiger army had it worse. Their eyes lost their light and died on the spot, leaving their empty shells of a hard body to fall to the ground. Next came the fall of 1,000 bodies as they died from the attack. Luo Yunhai was in pain with every thump. The Flying Tiger army was made of war puppets, Xuan refined, and would not even be called humans, having only a divine sense. But these people were Luo clan's guards. Brothers Luo Yunhai had spent years by their side. He saw them as family, watching so many fall to their deaths tore Luo Yunhai apart. But he bore through the pain and held on. This was the Luo clan's military style. Remembering the martyrs was done after the war. Now they had one mission: to charge. The brutal lightning arrow had not slowed at all, as if to prove to Luo Yunhai and his men that all their efforts were for naught. A fool's errand, the ethereal stage experts sneered, but then their smiles fell. Luo Yunhai and the Flying Tiger army wore the same hard faces as they faced this deadly adversity. It was as if they did not know the meaning of weakness. Even the 6 ethereal stage experts began to show admiration. How long has it been since they last saw such determination? But you still have to die. The bearded elder's eyes flashed with bloodthirst and sent the lightning arrow flying even faster with a flick of the wrist. It was in front of Luo Yunhai in a blink. The burning lightning was so powerful he felt pain before it struck. Chapter 743, Different Path. Chapter 743, Different Path. Proofreader, Papatongs. Damn it, it's faster than predicted. Luo Yunhai squinted at the incoming lightning arrow and gnashed his teeth as he shouted, "Even if I die, you are to hold them back down to the last man." "Yes, sir." The Flying Tiger army roared in unison. The 6 ethereal stage experts' hearts shook at their devotion. Touched by their devotion, they were amazed there were people in this world with such commitment, facing death regardless of what happened to them, all to complete their mission. Thank God they're only in the radiant stage and profound heaven stage and can't harm us. Letting them grow would bring about a calamity. Such dreadful power made them wonder just where they came from. The demon-scheming sect had no way of having such loyal disciples, that was for sure. The 5 ethereal stage experts were puzzled and sighed, but most of all, they were afraid. While the bearded elder was more determined than ever to end them, they all must die. Crack! The lightning arrow crackled as it ripped through the air, ready to annihilate the entire Flying Tiger army. Luo Yunhai clenched his teeth with a frown. His biggest worry was not his death, but that he bought enough time for Kuei Gang's team to complete their raid. Luo clan head, focus all of your men's divine sense on me. A soft voice echoed, that of a girl in white, as she landed before them. She parted her red lips and spat out an azure flaming bead. Luo Yunhai's eyes widened on seeing Xuan's disciple. "Yuer, Flying Tiger army, focus all your divine sense on this lady." Who? In an instant, the huge wall of divine sense that everyone formed was now flooding Yuer's body, the soldiers acting without an ounce of hesitation, shaking. Yuer was shocked as the power flooded her. It was even too much to handle as she had to cough up blood. She never imagined Luo clansmen would be so quick and direct. They gave her everything without the slightest hesitation. They were not even familiar. Even if they were on the same side, not hesitating to give her everything while risking their lives was never seen anywhere. Yet now, the Luo clan's army did it just like that. Smiling, Yuer's heart turned soft. She grew up in the demon scheming sect, where everyone was out to get everyone. The only one she could trust was her sister. Now that she was being trusted by strangers moved her, almost forgetting her plans. Soon though, she came to and used all that power to focus on the azure flame bead. The bead shone brightly, and the azure flame roared stronger and stronger, into a firewall that safeguarded everyone just in time to welcome the lightning boom. The fierce explosion resulting from the impact caused a violent firestorm, while the lightning arrow's power passed the firewall and struck Yuer. She cried out and spat blood as she was flung in the air. The lightning arrow was, in the end, also affected by the azure flame. Shuddering and turning black, the bearded elder felt pain shoot through his mind, threatening to split his head open. As for the lightning arrow, it was slowly coming back to him. The azure flame bead fell to the ground as it used up all its power. The azure flame on it turned into a mote, threatened to be extinguished. 100,000 divine senses were focused, and through the azure flame, they stopped an ethereal stage expert soul's attack. It only worked to prove the disparity in strength between radiant stage and ethereal stage. Luo Yunhai rushed to Yuer. Seeing her white as paper, he was worried. "Miss, how are you? Why did you come? I thought I told you to go with the demon scheming sect disciples and take their treasury." Yuer took a deep breath and looked at him through half-lidded eyes. "Why did you give me all your divine sense without hesitation? If I didn't block it, you'd be all dead." What's the point of saying that now? Your brother Xuan's disciple. You're one of us. Since you came and decided to take that soul attack, no matter if it worked or not, we must show our trust by giving you all our strength. Luo Yunhai spoke naturally, then he looked at the bead. Reality proved you did block it. Staring hard at him, Yunhai chuckled. I planned on blocking twice, but you guys just had to give me all of your divine sense and force me to be injured from the overflow, wasting some of it. Now I only blocked once. What? Startled, Luo Yunhai made a weird face. You mean to tell me it's my fault? You should have said how much divine sense you needed. Yuer shook her head. It's the first time we met, it's even while we're at death's door. How should I know you would give your life in some stranger's hands without hesitation? I said I wanted all your divine sense, expecting to get a mere third at the most. If I said half, I might have gotten a tenth. But who knew you'd be so trusting? Luo Yunhai shook and gave her a long look. Despite looking downcast, he saw an odd sense of glee on her. He knew why and sigh. I see you don't trust anyone. But rest assured, we Luo clan completely trust our allies. Luo Yunhai stood up and once again faced the 5 ethereal stage experts with his army. Miss, thank you for your help, but you're hurt now and can't take another strike. You'd best leave from here. We will stop them down to the last man. Yuer looked at him and struggled to stand, walking next to him. Master gave us a mission. No matter what happens, you must live. I will protect you till my last breath. She flicked her hand and the azure flame bead landed in her palm. Yuer stepped up before Luo Yunhai and the bead once again was ignited, ignoring her frail body and the blood flowing from her mouth. Yuer shouted, "Give me all of your divine sense. I can take another one." Luo Yunhai's eyes shook and he held out his hand. "Give me the bead. You can barely stand." "No, it's my mission." Yuer turned her head around Luo Yunhai's side, then turned serious. "I'll be ashamed to face Brother Xuan after this, but I must tell you. For Brother Xuan, the end justifies the means. He only cares about his goals. To him, my life is so much more precious than anyone else here, even more than his own disciple. All are worthy sacrifices. That's why you don't have." "Why did you tell me then?" Yunhai raised an eyebrow. "It's your honor for Master to sacrifice everyone for your life." Luo Yunhai shook his head. "Brother Xuan is just protecting me, but I don't want to do this. I don't want to live when others die. I know that Brother Xuan raised the Luo clan by himself, but he didn't force me to walk his path. That is why, as the Luo clan head, I hope to bear the lives of all my clansmen and not have them shielding me. I want true righteousness and loyalty, the path of kingship. So you don't have to admire. Then don't say it. Yue smiled, her eyes flashing. You want to protect everyone, but you can't stop others from protecting you. It no longer has anything to do with the mission. Luo Yunhai shook as he looked at Yue. I'll use the bead Master gave me to block again. No matter how it ends, with your life or death, I will do all I can. Smiling, Yue said, and this is my will, as thanks for your trust. Yue showed a rare bright smile. Luo Yunhai cupped his hands. The bearded elder, wounded by the azure flame, finally recovered and spat, Curse you! Mere ants dared to harm my soul? I'll make mincemeat out of you. Hey, Elder Su, you can't even handle a few Radiant Stage cultivators, yet still act tough. One mocked. Why not let me handle the brats for you, lest you want to get hurt again and make you look bad, ha ha ha. The person flicked his hand and a sharp long sword hovered in the air. Its might bore down harder than the lightning arrow. The army's heads started hurting even before it struck. Luo Yunhai and Yue were shocked, their faces sinking. Yue held the azure flame bead tight in her shaking hand. Not even the azure flame bead can stop such power. Chapter 744. Heaven, Earth, Fire, Water, Madness. Chapter 744. Heaven, Earth, Fire, Water, Madness. Proofreader, Papatongs. Nation-crushing sword. With a flash of contempt in his eyes, the person flicked his hand and the long sword fell from the heavens above. The powerful pressure slapped into the soldiers, halting their breaths. In addition to the pressure, the sharp sword also had a piercing soul power that caused their head to hurt as it burrowed into their minds. Luo Yunhai's expression turned heavy and he looked at the shaking Yue in front of him. He came next to her and snatched the azure flame bead, then shouted, Soldiers, give me all your divine sense. Yes! Flying Tiger Army shouted in response as everyone poured their power like a tornado into Luo Yunhai. Luo Yunhai shivered, almost unable to take it all as blood seeped from his mouth. But he didn't care, focusing all the power into the bead. The azure flame once again exploded, releasing a large fire snake. Yue cried out, What are you doing? Give it back now. Ha ha ha, it's too late. Luo Yunhai chuckled. Miss, I now control the bead and only I can maintain its power. If you take it, then the defense will fail and I'll suffer its backlash, dropping dead. Your brother Xuan's disciple, so I don't think you're going to make such a rash decision. Yue's heart tightened, giving up soon after. She should have been the one defending him, but now. Luo Yunhai chuckled, Miss, hurry up and leave. If I die, then just tell Brother Xuan it has nothing to do with you. There is no way I can hide behind a woman's skirt in the face of danger. I am the Luo clan head. Luo Yunhai shouted and focused all his energy. The azure flame on the bead went crazy as it flooded out of it. The Flying Tiger Army was also standing at the ready to face their enemy. Yue was stunned, and then added her own soul power to Luo Yunhai. Miss, Luo Yunhai started, with your wounds, how can you do such a thing? Just leave this place while you can. Yue frowned as she turned stubborn. Master gave me that bead and there's no way I'm leaving here without it. We'll stop the soul attack, then you'll return it. Luo Yunhai looked at her deeply, then shook his head with a sigh. Cocky much? You actually want to stop my dipper sword soul? The person snickered at them. I'm unlike that Elder Su, in the third layer, nor is my soul weaker. You have no chance of blocking it with your cultivation. The person shouted, and the sword's soul increased its plunge. The heavy pressure increased even more, making the earth crack under their feet and kicking up a cloud of dust. The azure flames were shaking before it struck, about to crumble at any second and making Luo Yunhai and the army cough blood. The azure flame snake was also weaker. The person had a sadistic smile as he watched them suffer. His power was far stronger than the previous one. They may be 100,000, but it was not enough to even take one of his attacks. They were going to perish. Without a doubt, shaking his head, Luo Yunhai turned to Yue. Miss, it seems you lost your chance to leave. We shall die together. Is dying alongside me not fitting for clan head? Yue cocked an eyebrow. Luo Yunhai chuckled. No, this may be the only upside in our demise. Yue grinned and closed her eyes as she waited for the sword to drop. The terrible pressure had sapped most of the azure flame's power. The glinting sword edge came closer and closer, ready to crush this 100,000 army. Yuling cried out, wanting to help, but she still had an opponent to deal first. All she could do was watch her baby sister die. The other demon-scheming sect experts were tangled in their own battles and could not give aid either. The disaster seemed imminent. Xuan, who fought sect leader Xian, had no intention of helping either, though he could do it in an instant. He did not. He wanted to see, after all these years, if the elders and venerables he arranged would jump to the rescue. If they proved unable, he would give them a thorough lesson back home. If they proved unwilling, a house cleanup is in order. Luo clan head, did you know? I've always been someone's burden, unable to die even when I wanted to. Then I met Master and my life finally changed. Though there hasn't been much to change my mind. But now I want to live on, just when I'm about to die. Yue no longer looked at the sword and closed her eyes as she felt death creeping in. Is it karma or providence? Luo Yunhai gave her a deep look and held her hand. Death may come at any time. All that matters is that you make it worth it. Though now, in the face of death, I don't think it's that bad. Yue giggled, no longer afraid of what was to come. Face twitching, the elder of the sword soul was annoyed. For God's sake, if there's one thing I hate most, it's seeing couples getting all lovey-dovey before death. Stop ignoring me! He made a sign and the sword soul sped up, its sharpness making their heads hurt. Their time of death was swiftly approaching, however. A burning light flashed and a scorching ball of fire appeared before the two, striking the heavy sword soul. Boom! The long sword and the fireball separated, but their power swept the area, making the weaker ethereal stage experts falter back. Whoosh! The long sword returned to the person's side and caused him to shiver as blood spilled from his mouth. He stared back in anger. Hi, it seems to me the Luo clan got itself a madam. That's a cause for celebration, ha. An elegant figure in white floated down before the army. Luo Yunhai was overjoyed. Sister Xue. Qingcheng looked rather pale at this moment, her breathing ragged. Yet she still put on a smile. Luo Yunhai coughed, wiping the blood, and walked next to her. Clan head, we came to help Steward Zhua. So could you possibly keep your mind on track? Old Xiao, that's my line. A mocking voice came from the side. Li Jingtian. In the Luo clan, you're one of the few couples back home. True. Indeed. On the other side were heaven and earth sages, expressing their approval of Li Jingtian's words. Seeing everyone here, Luo Yunhai was overjoyed. Yue was stunned. She knew ethereal stage battles were savage, so how did they finish their fights so fast? But looking at them closer, they could see blood. Luo Yunhai's brow shook. Elderly, how could you? Looking at the blood on him, Li Jingtian chuckled. It's nothing. This is just the price for cutting the fighting short. What? Luo Yunhai looked at the 5 of them and saw each bearing a wound, some even a dozen, but they did not care. This made him tear up. He knew they risked their own lives by foregoing their battles to save him. This great favor filled him with gratitude. Xuan grinned. Heaven, earth, water, fire and madness, the 5 high venerables he got for the Luo clan didn't let him down. Chapter 745. Strongest 5 Elders. Chapter 745. Strongest 5 Elders. Proofreader, Papatongs. Whoosh. 24 more ethereal stage experts showed up on the 6th side. They were now 30 ethereal stage experts. 8 were in the 6th layer, 10 in the 5th, and the rest were in the 4th and 3rd layer. while on Luo Yunhai's side, only Li Jingtian and the sages were in the 6th. With the power couple in the 5th, the Luo clan was at a clear disadvantage. Mystical Heaven Sect's 30 ethereal stage experts had them surrounded with a look of scorn. Where's the fire? Ha ha ha, you ran all the way over here, just to save some radiant stage and profound heaven cultivators? Now you're in an even worse state, with them as your shackles that seal your fate. An elder with a large mustache laughed. The 5 did not care. Li Jingtian turned to Luo Yunhai, clan head, take Flying Tiger army away. We'll stop them from coming after you. 5 stopping 30? Yue cried, no way. They have experts stronger than you. Qiu Yunhai mocked, lass, don't lump us with your rowdy demon scheming sect elders. Our words to clan head are just like in the military. We do what we say. We won't let one of them slip past us, or my head is on the line. Yue looked at him hard. Are the Luo clan's rules that strict? 5 holding back 30 was pushing it beyond their limit. It was simply 1 to 6, and now they add another harsher condition, to not let anyone slip by. Luo Yunhai nodded heavily. Then I'll leave it to venerables. We'll go join the demon scheming sect at the treasury. Luo Yunhai pulled Yue's soft hand and flew away. Flying Tiger army with me. Yes, sir. The soldiers shouted and converged, following Luo Yunhai outside of ethereal stage experts' range. Yue was frantic, watching the 5 in worry. Why, you truly believe they can fight 1 on 6? Ha ha ha, don't worry. They are the strongest force. Brothers Yue left for the Luo clan, their Luo clan guardians, keeping their word. If they said it's all right, then it's all in their hands. Luo Yunhai kept pulling Yue's hand as he flew away. Li Jingtian chuckled, then his eyes turned savage. With clan head safe, we can let loose. Humph, show off. So you're telling me you couldn't go all out before? One ethereal stage expert mocked. Did you forget who gave you that fresh wound? Qiu Yunhai sneered. We got hurt on purpose. How else were we supposed to save clan head? That was your only shot at harming us. Indeed. An elder with white hair stepped out. His dreadful aura made him the strongest. You 5 do stand out of the crowd, stronger than the common ethereal stage experts. But you forget you were in a deadlock before you saved the juniors, and couldn't get any advantage either. And now you are much more tired than us. You'll be fighting 1 against 5. You're finished. The 5 just cracked up. Why are you laughing? Aren't I right? The old man asked. Li Jingtian nodded. Ha ha ha, right, you're totally right. Though that was when we fought alone. The elder had a sinking feeling. Who knew the day would come for old coots like us that would need us to work together? Ha ha ha. Qiu Yunhai chuckled and said, in any case, we're also fighting for Steward Zhuo this time around, who showed us so much favor all this time. We best not drag our behinds any longer, or clan head might actually suffer, and we'll be worse off. The other 4 grinned. Sure. Heaven and earth sages made a sign, and 1 black and 1 white glow each shot from them. The 2 used this shining light to vanish. When the light dispersed, the scenery around the 30 enemies changed. There was no more clamor of the fights from other people, just a world in shades of gray. Shit, this is a domain soul. We have to get out of here before we fall victim any further. One elder shouted. The others took out their souls, a glittering display of swords, spears, axes and other weapons. It won't change anything. The 2 had a domain soul, but we will smash it with 30 souls, attacking it at once. The others shouted as well, but when they took out their souls to attack, the world shifted. Black and white kept changing and turning their power into nothing. Even their soul power was being consumed. Outside the domain, the sages stood before the black and white ball as it spun around. Ha ha ha, our domain is the yin-yang reversal. Your strength will be sapped from the constant change, given back to the world. Until you have nothing left and your soul crumbles. You've got no chance in forcing your way out. The elder startled and thought of another way. Don't waste your energy, or the domain will take it. Gather your soul power together and breach the domain. We're 30 ethereal stage experts. It can't dissipate so much power all at once. Ha ha ha, right you are. Yin-yang reversal has the yin and yang characteristic. No matter how many people are inside, their power will be taken away if acting alone. But together you can get out. Heaven Sage mocked, turning to Li Jingtian. They're about to join hands and won't be able to hold it. You should fight as well. Ha ha ha, well said. Li Jingtian's black aura surged and roared. A black dragon took to the skies and shot into the black and height ball. Soul variant, Necro Dragon Chained Claw. Roar. As the soul power of all inside the domain gathered, a draconic roar entered their ears before they could figure out what was happening. Black claws fell from above like spears. They carried a sinister power as they pelted their souls and forced them to scatter. Everyone coughed blood and grew pale. The weaker ones took it harder, their souls gone from this world. The other cried out in fear. They never thought a large-scale attack would hold so much power in each strike in a blink. The 30 ethereal stage experts were reduced to around half. What they didn't know was while they were scared inside the dual ball, Li Jingtian was spent outside, gasping. It's not easy taking on so many. Old Xiao, I leave the rest to you too. TCH, of course you'd be exhausted taking out half. Qiu Yinhai grinned. Old Li, you're just showing off. Wasn't there 5 of us? It should be 1 to 6. Fine, then don't join and leave the rest to the sages. Elder Li rolled his eyes now, though. Qiu Yinhai's face fell. No way. Since you got half, how can I fall short? Qiu Yinhai turned to Xue Qingjian with desire. About to spew fire, Xue Qingjian shook her head and giggled. She rolled her eyes. Looks who's showing off now. The two made their signs as one hot and one cold soul came out and made contact. In a blink, they became a scorching and bright light as it shot for the domain. Yin-yang convergence, world annihilation. Chapter 746, Winning with Fewer Numbers. Chapter 746, Winning with Fewer Numbers. Proofreader, Papatongs. Who? A fierce gale blew over, even as the remaining experts in the domain shivered in fear. They thought they'd see the claws again, but this time, what welcomed them was a blinding light. Its heat was burning them even before it reached them, as it turned everything in its wake to cinder. This astonishing power had shaken their hearts with dread. One elder warned, "Be careful and don't get near it." Thank you for stating the obvious, but how are we supposed to keep our distance? They all looked for a place to flee, but then someone looked on in fear. Why is it becoming bigger? Fool, it's not becoming bigger, it's the domain shrinking. We got nowhere to dodge. The people looked around in panic as the white scorching light closed in and only exacerbated their fears. Ack! One could no longer escape and got too close to the light, disintegrating on the spot. Starting with the hand, the others watched in shock as he was slowly erased from existence, yet none came to help. They knew they would be next. Use your souls. At the shout, their eyes lit with hope. Yet none liked to be the first to test that theory, so without a choice, the one who shouted used his soul first to strike the light. Bam! However, the soul melted on contact with the light, vanishing as well. The people's eyes bugged out, no one wanting to risk it any more. So, the light closed in more and more, unaffected by the soul attack it took just now. Its scorching heat was taking one soul at a time. Cries sounded that filled the rest with even more dread. Finally, only 4 remained, in the 5th and 6th layer, watching the light as they prepared to die. Curses, if I'm going to die, I'm going to make you pay. Soul explosion. One elder with bloodshot eyes roared. The scarlet longsword shot for the white light, scattering in an explosion after making contact. The old man's soul was gone and his body slumped to the ground, but the white light shook now, with Qiu Yinhai and Xue Qingjian frowning outside the domain, with blood leaking from their mouths. But to intimidate the remaining 3, they held on, covering up the weakness of the light, watching the light coming after them. Still, the 3 were deathly pale. With their souls unable to do anything to it, they were out of options. They gnashed their teeth and spat, "Since we're going to die, we'll go out with a bang." Someone had his soul explode against the light. Then the second Xiao Yanhai and Shui Qingcheng kept spurting blood. Now that only one elder remained, he clenched his teeth, ready to die as well, but then the light puffed out. The elder looked dumbly, then knew what happened. Regret took him. The white light feared soul explosion. If they used it from the start, then many would have survived. But everyone only thought about themselves, and none wanted to sacrifice their lives for another, until they had no chance but to go down fighting. When it was too late, the elder shook his head and sighed. Now what could he do alone? Outside the domain, the white light faded and turned into cold and hot lights. As they returned to the power couple, the two spat more blood. "That's it. We can't take it anymore. Those guys are insane, going for suicide. We can't hold on much longer either. This domain is made of our souls. With so many explosions, we've been injured as well." Blood leaked from the sages' mouths and looked within. "There's just one guy left. Let him out and just beat him up." Agreed. The others nodded, and the sages undid their domain. The elder saw the light of day once more, but now he was the picture of solitude. Everyone on the battlefield looked over and saw how 30 got trapped, and now only one survived. The shock was palpable, but the lone survivor had no time to even stand straight as the 5 were on him in a blink. Boom. Fire, water, savagery, yin and yang, all came down on his head like heaven's wrath. In moments, the old guy did not even have the chance to take a breath of fresh air before he was put down, his body gone. Every onlooker stood there dumbfounded. Who are they to be so strong? Killing 30 by themselves? The mystical heaven sect was stunned, the demon scheming sect was looking dumbly, and even Xuan flinched. Then he nodded. "These 5 sure are strong. I didn't waste all that effort after all." Not even he thought they would make such an effective team. Yuer kept looking back and now was stumped as well. He stammered at Luo Yunhai, "Tide. Ha ha ha, Brother Zhua taught 3 of them himself, while the other 2 merely gave them hints. That's why they became our first generation of venerables." Luo Yunhai chuckled. "They are stubborn and prideful people, always acting alone, but they actually joined hands this time." Yuer sighed. "They're all freaks. Like master, like disciple. They never became Brother Zhua's true disciples. Who's to say what his disciples would become later on? Maybe even stronger, ha ha ha. Calling them freaks is a bit premature." Luo Yunhai chuckled. Yuer's face grew hard. "But master doesn't seem to care much about us. He also said that he only got into the demon scheming sect because of the sect leader's deal." "Oh, acting cool. Let me tell you what I know from my time with Brother Zhua. He does care about you, ha ha ha." Luo Yunhai chuckled. Yuer gave him a long look and smiled. "Kill." In front of them, someone started shouting. They saw Qingcheng's team fighting mystical heaven sect disciples. They all had around the same cultivation, making the fighting bitter and harsh. Luo Yunhai shouted, "Flying Tiger Army, wing formation. Charge." "Yes, sir." The soldiers followed Luo Yunhai's lead into battle. They were like wolves among sheep. One side had 40,000 men, the other 100,000 war puppets. One side was made of secluded disciples, while the others were veterans of war. Despite the similar cultivation, the outcome was obvious. Luo Yunhai's Flying Tiger Army turned the previous deadlock into a win. Flying Tiger Army was like a cleaver, cutting its way through mystical heaven sect disciples, leaving Qingcheng's side stumped. "Fricking hell, master, how are master's clansmen so strong? They're at the same level as us but so much better in group battles. That's what it means to be in the military." Qingcheng directed the demon scheming sect disciples to attack as well, and the mystical heaven sect disciples had no way of stopping such brutal assault. Soon, they arrived before the treasury, but the gates were closed tight. "We're here." Luo Yunhai lit up and ordered, "Attack the treasury and cut off their supplies." "Roar!" The men shouted, even the demon scheming sect disciples, all excited about burning it to the ground. However, in a yellow flash, An immense power swept them and spread blood and gore in every direction. 10,000 died just like that, with thousands being from the tough flying tiger army. An aged voice sounded. Who dares come to my treasury? Chapter 747. Heaven Cycle Elders. Chapter 747. Heaven Cycle Elders. Proofreader, Papatonks. Sharp winds blew as 4 old guys came out of nowhere. Their backs crooked, their eyes lidded, and sitting cross-legged before everyone. The powerful auras coming off them made the army not dare take a step closer. Luo Yunhai frowned, his heart tense as he clenched his fists. He never imagined the number of demon-scheming sect elders Xuan brought at the main hall would not make all the experts of this sect converge there. At least these 4 had stayed behind, and from their vibes, they were in the ethereal stage. Yunhai was now pensive, unsure how to proceed. Li Jingtian's team looked from afar at the 4 and cried out, "Damn it, those are." The 5 shot for Luo Yunhai's side. Growing serious, Luo Yunhai did not know the 4's power, since he was not at their stage to even feel it. But Li Jingtian found they were actually in the 9th layer of ethereal stage, just shy of reaching soul harmony stage for these kind of experts to show up, and 4 of them, not even them, as ethereal stage experts in their rights, could beat them. There was no way their weak clan head could even touch them. Li Jingtian's team of 5 rushed over at top speed, afraid their clan head would die the next second. Xuan looked over, and was worried for the first time, yet he did not have the chance to interfere. The long spear was coming for him once more. With little choice in the matter, Xuan continued directing Almighty Scarlet Dragon King to flick its tail, sending it away. He turned around to go there, but he saw sect leader Xian's sinister smile. Humph, Xuan, if you had just escaped with so many people showing the way, I had no way of stopping you. But you just had to be so greedy and started fighting. Now our 4 high venerables came out, leaving you no chance of escape. Ha ha ha. Sect leader Xian cackled. Xuan gave the 4 old guys a long look. 4 ethereal stage experts in the 9th layer sure are amazing, but only a smidgen better than sect leader's 8th layer cultivation. And you think they'll turn the battle around? Think again. Ha ha ha, a smidgen you say? Xuan, then you don't know much about Western lands, do you? You have no idea of my sect's power. Sect leader Xian smirked, pointing at the 4 as he mocked. Then feast your eyes on their power, ha ha ha. Xuan looked harder than his brow shook. The 4 old guys still had their eyes closed. Sitting there in midair, they sat in a 3-meter circle spinning around. Each elder released a special glow, red, green, white, golden. As the 4 lights merged following a certain pace, it turned into a blinding earthen light following the roar of a dragon. An earthen-colored dragon flew around the 4 of them. The ground constantly shook, feeling like the rapids on a stormy sea. The radiant stage and profound heaven cultivators couldn't even sit straight. As the earthen glow shone, they felt their innards shake and started puking blood. Many of them had their eyes roll into their skull and dropped dead in a mere blink. Thousands died. Yet the 4 old guys didn't look like they moved at all, just sitting there as they moved in circle with eyes closed. Luo Yunhai cried out, "Get in the air and away from those 4. Don't let their waves strike you." No one was a fool here and rushed into the air and away from the yellow curtain of light. Ha ha ha. Why would us 4 care about bugs like you lot as they scurry away? But this time you dared to invade mystical heaven sect and came for the treasury. As the highest venerables in the sect, the 4 of us can't ignore this transgression. One elder smiled, making all of the 4 old guys change their signs they made. They finally moved, or more precise, their circle moved even though they never cracked an eyelid. Spinning around in a circle, the invisible circle formed felt more like a wide disk. It whooshed over the crowd, and the yellow dragon looming overhead spun with them. But the powerful force made by the constant spinning slammed into everyone in its path. No one had time to react as blood and gore flew every which way. The spinning yellow disk just went right through a group and mowed down thousands of people, reducing them to a bloody pulp. The disc made a return trip and thousands more received the same gruesome death. In just one move, 10,000 people lay dead. Everyone was too shocked to react. Filled with fear as they watched the yellow disc, Luo Yunhai was also overwhelmed. Seeing the disc so deadly, as it reaped through his men's lives, his heart was panicking. By the time he reacted, 30,000 men were gone from this world. He shouted, "Break formation! Everyone flee! We can't beat them! Save yourselves!" He gave the Flying Tiger army a signal, and everyone scattered. Oh, the commander survived. One old man smiled, sending the disc straight for Luo Yunhai. This time, Luo Yunhai rushed to flee. Yue and Qingcheng wanted to dodge, but had no way of reacting to ethereal stage expert speeds. In a blink, the disc was upon them. Feeling that raw fear its power sent, Qingcheng shook his head. My poor life is now over. Just why did Master have to attack Mystical Heaven Sect? Is it really just to teach them a lesson? It looks to me that we're the one on the receiving end. Luo Yunhai did not speak, but his eyes were firm. Even he didn't know why Xuan wanted to do this, but since he planned for it, he would see it through to the end. This was the unflinching trust the Luo clan had for him. Even now, with death looming overhead, he still had no regrets. Whoosh! Suddenly, a familiar figure blocked Luo Yunhai's sight. It was no other than Yue. Miss, it's not use. It's not like before. Being in front or back won't make a difference. Yue said nothing, just stood there unrelenting. Luo Yunhai decided to stand by her. Why not stand together? That way, maybe Brother Zhua's other disciple might be able to come out alive behind us. I'm Qingcheng. Qingcheng rolled his eyes and stood next to them. Before we die, you should at least know my name. Master was too busy, and had no time to make the introductions before. Dying without even knowing my name is such a miserable fate. Then, I'm Luo Yunhai, the Luo clan head. Luo Yunhai laughed. Yue smiled. Yue, demon scheming sect disciple. Ha ha ha, young lads, so close even before death. No wonder you're so amazing leading these kids. The elders from the circle overheard them and laughed, but that still won't mean you're going to live. It's your fault for not being our disciples, ha ha ha. Whoosh! The strong disc flew at them, just an inch from turning them into a bloody smear on the ground. The trio closed their eyes, ready to meet their doom. However, the three found that nothing happened to them even after a while. While the strong power was suddenly gone from their front, when they opened their eyes, they saw a white and black ball spinning in front. Not far from them, the sages had their hands locked in a sign and looking tense. Yin-yang reversal. In this critical moment, the heaven and earth twin sages intervened, using their domain soul to isolate the area around the four old guys. However, this action had made the two suffer for it. Chapter 748, 4 Earth Dragons. Chapter 748, 4 Earth Dragons. Proofreader, Papatongs. Elders, thank you. Luo Yunhai's eyes shone and laughed. He cupped his hands, but the sages shouted, Elderly, don't just stand there, get them out of there! Whoosh! A black figure flashed, and before the trio could react, a thick hand grabbed their shoulders and got them out. It was no other than Li Jingtian. Elderly Li Jingtian looked stunned, but seeing his heavy look, he did not finish. He followed Li Jingtian's gaze to see the sages shake, then cough blood, while their domain soul instantly collapsed. Roar! The world shook as 4 dragons roamed above the mystical heaven sect. They broke out of the domain and circled around before vanishing as they returned to the 4 elders, while the spinning circle, the yellow dragon, was still there and just as powerful. The 4 elders sitting in the air did not show any sign of disturbance. The sages looked at the 4 and revealed fear on their faces. Ha ha ha, I never knew they had people that can use such a domain soul. It's our first time seeing such a soul, such a rarity. One elder chuckled, a shame you're too weak. You've been taxed before attacking us and were injured. Or you might have made us get serious. Another elder nodded. This soul domain sure is fantastic. Using yin and yang to turn the world around. An average cultivator would have had no way to cope with it. However, this domain's weakness is glaring. It's great for wearing the enemy out, but also leaving him with enough time to deal with it. The other three nodded, discussing things as if the sages weren't even in their radar. If not for this, I would have actually wanted to see what they looked like. Humph, fogies sure know how to talk. So you're saying we're not worth a glance from you, is that it? However, following the shout of anger at the four, a gaudy white light shot for them. Why don't you old freaks look at this then? Whoosh! Like an arrow from above, a searing heat approached the four old guys' boom. Once the glaring light was gone, the four's position became a white ball of light, making the air shimmer from the heat. Xiao Yanhai and Qingcheng panted as they looked over as grave as before. They knew the four were by no means dead, even from the life and death art they just used. But when the light scattered, the couple still gasped in shock. How can this be? The elders were still spinning around, relaxed as ever. Their eyes were closed still, their mouths perked in a mocking smile. The yellow dragon above was still circling, unfazed. The couple trembled all over, their hearts sinking. They had been hurt before they attacked, just now, but that life and death art was a strike backed by all their power. Even so, it couldn't even scratch them, nor make them budge to the four elders. The couple was not even worth a look. Everyone felt terror at this moment. They were just no match for them. Xuan looked over and frowned. 4 Earth Dragon souls. That's precisely it. Sect leader Xian laughed. Didn't I tell you? While you don't know of Western Land Sect's powers, you at least should know of the demon scheming sect, High Venerable. Xuan looked long at him and nodded. I heard of him but never saw him. Ha ha ha, then allow me to tell you. In the Western Lands we are known as Tianyu's 3 guardian sects, with each sect their own guardians. Sect leader Xian spoke with pride. 1 Sword 5 Dragons is the name our guardians go by. What? You mean to say? Han Qianying cried out in disbelief. I've always thought it to be just a rumor. But it's real? Then the 4 venerables are them? Danner asked from the side. Senior sister, what are you talking about? Why don't I know this? You haven't been in the sect for long, so of course you don't know. High Venerable shook her head. Some elders of the sects know that our sect has 4 great venerables defending our home, heavenly cycle elders. Demon scheming sect's elusive sacred dragon is equally renowned. But with how much time has passed and they didn't show themselves, everyone stopped believing this rumor. High Venerable turned to the 4 sitting elders with fear and despair. If they come out, not even the demon scheming sect's entire force can beat them. Even with the High Venerable, we still won't win. Ha ha ha, exactly. They are truly mystical heaven sect's elders, knowing when to gauge the situation. Sect leader Xian laughed. 1 Sword 5 Dragons, Tianyu's 3 guardian sects, is made of heavenly sword, guarding heaven trailing sect. Of the 5 dragons, 4 of them are wood dragon, fire dragon, ice dragon, metal dragon, the 4 elders in our sect. This leaves the demon scheming sect's only High Venerable, hidden dragon. Although he is said to be the strongest of the 5 dragons, how can one defeat a team of 4? Thinking back, when he with the Impermanence 5 attacked the heavenly cycle elders, they were defeated. So even if he shows up, we have nothing to fear. Xuan squinted as he spoke heavily. So these 4 great experts that were always in hiding finally came out. Humph, our 4 venerables have been in seclusion for years and years, readying to enter soul harmony stage. But with your assault, they had no choice but to come. Sect leader Xian snarked. Xuan, you and your men will die here, ha ha ha. Shaoyu was bouncing from joy. Xuan, a vile fiend like you dared to attack a righteous sect, and now you see the power we have, ha ha ha. Seeing the father and son so full of themselves, Xuan stayed silent. My head is still sitting on my shoulder. Aren't you two jumping the gun a little? He then turned an eyebrow at the 4 old guys. They sure are strong. Guess these 2 aren't that full of it either. Ack! Cries resounded after Li Jingtian saved the trio. Luo clan's ethereal stage experts arrived there as well. 36 people surrounded the four, however. The four made a sign and the dragon roared. As they spun around in a circle, dragons came out of them and then made a round trip back. Each time it did, a dragon's soul would always take at least a victim. The powerful Earth Dragon soul along with the might of this combination made these ethereal stage experts feel like entering hell. They couldn't even get near the circle, ending up dead before they could do anything. Everyone was shocked, even demon scheming Sect's oldies. Knowing the four were the High Venerables and also known as the Four Dragons, they were struck with fear. Since High Venerable can't beat them, we're only going there to die. Mystical Heaven Sect's group came out from their disadvantage with high morale. Their support was here. I never knew these old devils weren't just rumors. 4 Earth Dragon souls, and even forming a Heaven Cycle array. How to cope with it? Han Qianying sighed. She looked at Kuei Lang protecting her. Kuei Lang, it seems we'll only be together for a brief moment. Olo. Superscript 1AO. Kuei Lang held her hand. With you by my side, a moment is enough. Han Qianying gave a bright smile and nodded. The onlookers were gratified but also sad. The two's feelings never changed after all these years, yet when they reunited, they were about to be separated once more. Demon scheming Sect's defeat meant their deaths. Sect leader Xian's side snickered. Zhuofan's eyes were the only ones bright. He took a deep breath. I really didn't want to do this, but what choice is there? Chapter 749, Despair and Regret. Chapter 749, Despair and Regret. Proofreader, Papatonks. Boom. Following the string of explosions, wails of agony filled the area. The heavenly cycle elders spun in the air like a disk, calm and unfazed, yet with every spin, they sent out hundreds of dragon souls like a storm upon the enemy. Luo clan's ethereal stage experts had no way of approaching the four under this onslaught. In fact, they were the one getting slaughtered. In mere moments, the remaining dozen still left alive from the last attack were now gone as well. Everyone could not believe what they saw. Even Li Jingtian, a martial fanatic, shook at such power. Roar. A draconic roar sounded as the yellow dragon shot for Li Jingtian. Startled, Li Jingtian flicked his hand in a rush, sending a black dragon to meet the attack. Necro dragon chained claw. Black claws came at the yellow dragon, sharp enough to whistle through the air as they approached. However, the yellow dragon still came at him relentlessly. Bam! The deafening sound made the others cover their ears. Whether mistakenly or not, they even heard sounds of tearing. The next moment, they saw Li Jingtian spit blood, his body powerless as he fell to the ground. The black dragon soul had also vanished. Elder Li! Luo Yunhai shouted, his eyes shaking. Just then, a black figure flashed before Li Jingtian, holding him before he collapsed. Xiao Yanhai sensed the faint breath in Li Jingtian and roared, Old Bat, take young master and the others away from here. Elder Li's soul must be almost shattered. The 4 old guys are impossible to deal with as we are. Hurry up and get out of here. Sure, old coot. Whoosh. In a flash of white, Shui Qingjian came to Qiao Yanhai. With her white silk, she wrapped it around them and left. Sages, protect us. The sage's mouth twitched, but sighed. How were they supposed to do that against such an opponent? But when it came to clan head safety, it was their duty. Yin-Yang Reversal Domain. Soul Variant Yin-Yang World Lock. The two shouted and made their signs. The rattling of a chain was heard, followed by the coming of 1 white and 1 black chains, twisting around and releasing a strange aura in a blink. The chains circled around the heavenly cycle elders and locked them in place. The circle was going to move again, but with the chains, it wouldn't budge. How amusing. It's not just as simple as a mere domain soul. One elder spoke in amazement, another elder nodded. Yin-Yang chain, connecting heaven and earth. It looks like they shrunk their domain, down to the size of a chain, but it is in fact the opposite, they enlarged it. because the chain's yin-yang energy connecting the world, it makes us connect with it and taking out power with it, forcing us in place. I never thought these two's domain soul would have such a variation. Truly amazing. Humph, that's right. In the Radiant stage we have comprehended this move, and even used it to seal off one true monster. The sages smiled, recalling the time they had Gu Santong trapped with pride. Now that we're in the ethereal stage, with domain soul as support, this move is perfected. We refuse to believe you four old coots are worse than that monster, and can remove the chains. Heaven's sage shouted at the distant couple, "Take elderly and clan head to a safe place. Leave this to us. We promise to not let these old guys leave this place before the battle is over." As expected of the strongest sages in Tianyu. "You truly are reliable." Ha ha ha. Qiu Yanhai gave a thumbs up and a laugh. Luo Yanhai smiled as well. Seeing the four old guys trapped, however, they had no idea how much the sages were suffering. The reason their domain soul was strong was because of its size, capable of dispersing the enemy's power, but now, the domain was the size of a chain. The heavenly cycle elder's mighty power made them feel a pressure like never before while the chains connected the world around them, shifting the pressure, but even that fraction of power left behind was enough to strain every fiber of their being. But they held on, even if their tendons broke. They knew that if they could not hold the four freaks back, then the clan head was dead. That was why they would use their own lives to keep the four here. However, none around understood this. Some demon-scheming sect elders saw the heavenly cycle elders stuck and cried, "These secular cultivators are amazing. They actually trapped the four dragons. This isn't possible for any ethereal stage cultivator in the lower three sects. Yeah, just how are they so strong? No wonder their steward Zhua's aides. They're as weird as him. But why didn't they use this move from the start? Why wait for so many to die? Yeah. Was it to show off at the last moment?" After the admiration faded, suspicion rose. The sages' faces twitched as they made signs. Who the hell would use a last-ditch effort if not at the end? After this, it'd be a miracle if they were still alive. If not for the clan head being in peril, they would have never used it. But how could these fools know? Not even Luo Yanhai and Qiu Yanhai knew this truth. Only Xuan saw how hard it was, touching his ring, and guess I do have to use it after all. Ha ha ha, Xuan, you can't possibly think those two can stop Mystical Heaven Sect's four guardian dragons, do you? You must be dumber than I thought. Xuan did not get to act as sect leader. Xian's bragging caught his attention, pointing at the four elders. Just watch and witness true despair. The four elders were still sitting with their eyes closed when one started. Ha ha ha, ignorant juniors, don't get too cocky. Your domain soul might have merit, but it's nothing to us four. The four made different signs and the dragon soaring above increased its speed, sending wave after wave of yellow energy, rattling the yin-yang chains. The sages' brow furrowed as they made their own signs. No use. We have joined heaven and ear, ugh. Before they finished, their bodies shook and spat blood before slumping to the ground. Boom. With an explosion, the yellow energy rippled like a wave and crushed the yin-yang chains. Ha ha ha. Our souls are earth dragon souls, born of the earth. While you can make our power touch the world, we can touch upon the earth to resonate with. We drew its power and used the ones we had to attack the chains from both sides. The four old guys still sat there in midair. One of them smiled. It's not your souls that are weak, it's because you met us that happened to have the way to deal with you. The sages were on the ground, powerless, with barely a breath left in them. Their eyes were filled with regret. The elders never once looked at them. The two souls are in a worse state and can't move. We should first deal with those pesky bugs and finish them for good. The other three elders nodded. The four spun once more and moved into the crowd of people, the ethereal stage experts of the two sects that were now fighting. The minute they joined the fray, it spelled doom for the demon-scheming sects experts. Cries and wails rang everywhere. Mystical Heaven sects elders were overjoyed. With their sect guardians fighting, the tables had turned. Demon Scheming Sect's early advantage was now crushed. The faces of all the people from Demon Scheming Sect was now painted in the bleak colors of despair and regret. Chapter 750, A. Chapter 750, A. Proofreader, Papatongs. Ack. Wails and mournful cries kept echoing about Roar. Among them, there were also cheers. One side was happy, the other was in the pits of despair as the four old freaks struck the Demon Scheming Sect side hard. Mystical Heaven Sect's people were roaring their joy in a flash. Demon Scheming Sect's tens of experts fell dead, their morale crushed. Some were so taken by fear that they lost all will to fight, resorting to fleeing. Defeat looked certain. Xuan, what do we do? We'll lose if this keeps up. We have to get away. Fiend Yang came to Xuan to report this disaster. My eastern side is on the brink of collapse. Venerable Bai and others came flying as well. The western side is almost finished. The heavenly cycle elders rain death wherever they go. We can't go on. Steward Zhua, the path forward is almost shut. We should unite our forces and break through before it's too late. Venerable Qi urged. Xuan spoke. It's pointless even if we do get away from them. Our tactic to get in and attack from the inside now has us trapped in their defensive array. We're left with only one option, to either win or die. You mean there's no point even if we try? We can't break Mystical Heaven Sect's array? Are we going to die here? Venerable Qi wailed. Fiend Yang took a deep breath to calm down, then stared hard at Xuan. Then what should we do? Are we really going to fight to the death? Of course not. Take down the leader and the rest will follow. Xuan's eyes shone as he stared at sect leader Xian. They all started, getting his meaning. Of course, we just have to grab that old weasel, and the Mystical Heaven Sect will give in. Seeing the bloodthirst in their eyes, sect leader Xian got their plan and mocked as he retreated. Ha ha ha, you want me? You would never reach me. He, we'll only know when we try. Fiend Yang snickered. Brothers, attack. Get that old coot. Our lives depend on it. Roar. They all shouted, knowing they had a way out, and focused all their power, flying straight for sect leader Xian. Their eyes were that of a thug eyeing a hot girl. Sect leader Xian shivered and turned grave. At a critical time like this, he became the sole focus of everyone. Everyone wanted him as a shield. Mystical Heaven Sect's experts saw their sect leader was in danger and came to help. So, the bitter battle had taken another huge turn. It was no longer a spread battlefield, but one with sect leader Xian at its center, like he was the hottest commodity out here, and everyone had to have a piece. Hi, OL Xian, sit tight and be a good meat shield to let us out. Demon Scheming Sect's 30-plus ethereal stage experts stared at him from 100 meters and launched soul attacks. Sect leader Xian gulped, feeling the sweat trickling down his brow. Not even he could take on so many attacks. However, just when he was in danger, a draconic roar echoed in a flash of light. A sea of dragon souls rushed at them. In a single moment, howls echoed out and the 30-plus experts were now pushed back. As for sect leader Xian, in front of him was the circle of elders with the terrible yellow dragon flying above. The Demon Scheming Sect's side cried out, Heavenly Cycle Elders. How did they get here so fast? They gathered close to Xuan, watching the four freaks. Mystical Heaven Sect's side also focused around sect leader Xian, filled with smiles of disdain. In a blink, there was no more fighting as the parties stood in opposition. While the Mystical Heaven Sect was filled with courage, the Demon Scheming Sect was now fearful, all because of just four very monstrous elders. Ha, Xuan, fighting you is beneath me. With Mystical Heaven Sect's four guardians, you are finished. You want me? Humph, you'll have to go through our venerables first. Sect leader Xian shouted in pride. Shaoyu had to show off as well, being his son and all. Xuan, vile demon, you fooled my junior sister and are lower than a dog. I will soon have you ripped apart in tiny pieces and throw them to the wolves. Ha ha ha! Demon scheming sect was outraged but powerless. Their last hope was in Xuan, turning to him for a resolution. What now, Steward Xue? You pushed me this far, so don't you regret it later. I'll have to use my final ace. Xuan's eyes flashed as he played with his ring. Fiend Yang turned serious. Xuan, are you going to fight yourself? You want to fight? Han Qianying frowned. They have those 4 venerables. You can't beat them. Kuei Lang waved her off with a smile. Qianying, you don't understand Steward Xue. He has an ultimate move. You haven't seen Steward Xue's black flame. Any kind of freak met their maker. Ahem. Xuan cleared his voice before Kuei Lang finished. To be completely honest, he was also stumped on how to deal with the 4 elders. That black thunder flame was indeed of incredible destructive force, but after Double Dragon Gathering, he never used it because the thunder flame needed the decimating golden flame and the azure flame to be combined with purple lightning. He had no way of getting his hands on the golden flames. The ones he got on Double Dragon Gathering were stolen from Qilin, not his own, so that method was out and had no way of beating the freakish old coots. As for the other method, it was something he stole from Double Dragon Manor, the sacred weapon, but it could only be used as a very last resort. Exposing it would paint a huge target on his back, but Kuei Lang's words made everyone turn to him. Everyone was now eager to see what the great Steward Xue would reveal. Even the 4 freaks believed it possible. Oh, so you're the boss of this little rabble? Show me then, what a babe can possibly do to the 4 of us. I hope you can at least open our eyes, ha ha ha. Xuan, come and challenge our venerables if you have the guts. What difference does it make since you'll be dead anyway, even if you don't? Ha ha ha! Sect leader Xian snarked. Xuan smiled at them all, though sighing within him. I'll have to disappoint you all, I don't plan on fighting. The demon scheming sect was stumped and shook their heads. Even Steward Xue can't find a way? Xuan then continued, however, I have to take out this ace. Remember this, you forced me to do it, so don't go crying later. Xuan flicked his hand and in a glorious light, a 7-year-old kid showed up. Invincible scamp Gu Santong with a long yawn. Gu Santong stretched his waist, looking bored at Xuan. Dad, what took you so long? I almost fell asleep. Ha ha ha, haven't I taken you out now? You're our ace. How can I just show you to them? I needed to wait for the right moment. Xuan grinned as he showed a bright smile like an innocent child. Gu Santong nodded, totally buying it. The crowd, however, was stumped. Even Fiend Yang began cursing him. What the hell? Why did you take out a kid when you were talking about an ace? He is my ace. With an obvious nod, Xuan spoke with pride. As a father, my son is my biggest ace. Mystical Heaven Sect, listen up and listen well. To get to me, you'll have to go through my son first. Xuan's loud voice made Gu Santong puff out his chest in pride. To hold back the flood for his old man was this kid's greatest honor. However, no one else here saw it that way. Both sides were stumped, looking from father to son as they cursed, "You animal!" Chapter 751. Little Monster vs. Old Freak. Chapter 751. Little Monster vs. Old Freak. Proofreader, Papatonks. Humph, I've heard so much about the best and most talented disciple in Western lands, how he was so heroic at the Double Dragon Gathering. In the end, you're hiding behind a child. You really opened my eyes in this. Sect leader Xian mocked, while the mystical Heaven Sect was jeering at Xuan's expense. When disaster struck, a babe was taken out. Demon Scheming Sect were facing a fierce enemy now, but they were all veteran cultivators. They had status and respect, even as demonic cultivators. Even they wouldn't stoop so low as to use a child to take their burdens. It was beyond disgraceful. They all cast blaming looks at Xuan. This war was a big misunderstanding to begin with. We can even forget the fact you brought us to our death, but can you at least let us die with honor? What the hell did we do to deserve this? Steward Zhua, if you're at the end of the rope, fighting to the death is much better than leaving it in the hands of a child. Are you maybe going easy on your enemy? Venerable Qi sighed. Fiend Yang blamed. Xuan, I know your whole clan is a den of freaks, obvious from how this child is in the ethereal stage at such a young age, but he's way too young and never knew war. It'd be better to let him escape and take revenge for us. Why must you push him forward, crushing our hopes and making a fool of yourself? Hey, did you just say something, chubby? Yours truly can dish it out. Are you calling me weak? Gu Santong wrinkled his nose in anger. Fiend Yang sighed and rubbed Gu Santong's head. See that? Look how much he resembles you. But no matter how strong, you can't grow overconfident. He's just in the ethereal stage. How can he fight those old freaks at peak ethereal stage? Have you no heart to send your child? Gu Santong was about to blow a gasket. Xuan shook his head but said nothing. Fatty Yang, you asked for what's coming. Young Sanzi won't go easy on you. Pa. Gu Santong grabbed Fiend Yang's hand and startling him. What is it, little guy? I hate it when people touch my head. Gu Santong gnashed his teeth, but just then, a fair hand touched his as a delicate voice spoke. Are you young Sanzi? I heard of you. Startled, young Sanzi looked at the pretty lady with a stunned gaze, his hand easing his grip on Fiend Yang. Then, young Sanzi, our safety is in your hands. Qingcheng leaned and touched Gu Santong's cheek. Her bright smile blew the child's mind. Nodding out of reflex, Xuan sighed. No one can resist Qingcheng's beauty, not even this brat. So he coughed and pointed at Qingcheng. Young Sanzi, this is my lady. She'll be your mother from now on. Mom. Gu Santong shook and looked at Qingcheng. Great, I like her. Qingcheng blushed and rolled her eyes at Xuan. Then she turned to the enemy, at the Heavenly Cycle Elders, and asked concerned, Young Sanzi, can you beat them? Won't it be hard? Humph, what's so great about some small fries? Gu Santong mocked, then strutted over. Dad, Mom, in half an hour I'll make mincemeat out of them. Qingcheng looked at him, then at Xuan with red cheeks. Ha ha ha, this kid is just like his dad. He called you Mom without hesitation. Xuan chuckled. Qingcheng glared at him, but felt warm and fuzzy inside. The others was watching the queer scene in stunned silence. What kind of parents sent their child to die? Even if unrelated. Han Qianying frowned and asked, Qingcheng, how can you agree with Xuan, letting a child? Senior sister, he's no child. Qingcheng said, in Tianyu, he has never lost a fight. He's called Invincible Scamp for a reason. Yeah, even I couldn't beat this kid. Xuan sighed, then smiled. Qingcheng, you sure know young Sanzi quite well. Qingcheng smiled, of course. I might have come to Mystical Heaven Sect earlier, but my sisters from Drifting Flowers Edifices have sent me jade slips with all you've been doing in Tianyu. So the fact you have such a godlike godson, I knew as well. I just find it odd though. Just what did you use to cheat this great force to be your son? The same way I charmed the most gorgeous woman to be my wife. Xuan grinned. Qingcheng rolled her eyes and cursed. Since when were you such a smooth talker? As the two were in a rare moment of flirting with each other, Gu Santong was a child on a mission. This monstrous scamp wearing the face of a cute child was finally unleashed on the battlefield. Everyone stared at him, sighing and helpless. They knew Xuan was a bastard, but not without morals. To send a child on the cruel field of battle, and even calling him a glorified ace. How revolting seeing that sweet little face, and those chubby hands. They all found him adorable. That's no ace, but a small fry. Sect leader Xian mocked. Is this demon scheming Sect's trump card? With both parents dead, this child will have to wander alone the cruel road of cultivation? Ha ha ha, a shame that this won't work on us. We may be righteous cultivators but no saint. Humph, yeah, this demon brat is so young and in the ethereal stage. It's best to cull him now before he grows. Shaoyu gnashed his teeth, the Heavenly Cycle elders agreed. One elder even shouted, "Kid, do you really want to interfere for demonic cultivators? We won't go easy on you just because you're young." "Cut the crap, I came to stomp you." Gu Santong stuck out his head and charged demon scheming Sect was shocked and praised him. How brave! Like father like son, they're both stubborn. Mystical Heaven's Sect clenched their fists. Clear this was a demon in the making that was treating everyone beneath him. They had to get rid of him now. The elder smirked and nodded. Fine then, since you've been taken in by the demonic path even at your young age, then the four of us will have to cleanse you and release you from your mortal coil. The four made signs and with a draconic roar, a dragon's soul shot for Gu Santong. Everyone was shocked, worried for the sweet child. Then they looked at Xuan. "Aren't you going to rescue your own son?" Xuan just stood there with a smile. "Hypocrite, get in here and fight. Stop with your prattle. You're nothing more than a bunch of hypocrites using numbers." Seeing the dragon about to strike, Gu Santong mocked, flicking his hand at it. Bam! With a loud explosion, the dragon was sent flying with a wail before anyone could react. Back to its circle the four elders shook, not believing their eyes. A child was capable of so much power to bash their earth dragon's soul away. Gu Santong wasn't finished with his attack. He stomped and was right in front of their spinning circle. He let his almighty fist smash down on them. Boom! With another explosion, the yellow dragon, constantly floating around the circle, had its body cave in and cry in pain. Its body was broken and turned into pretty lights before vanishing. As for the circle, with the vanishing of the dragon, the power of his strike traveled straight for the four, who lifted a hand to block. Bam! The four were sent hundreds of meters away. They were forced to open their eyes at last, having no luxury to show off any longer. Looking at Gu Santong, they had shock painted on their faces. What the hell are you? Oh, you weren't blind? I thought you were cripples, so I held back. Damn fakers, ruining my sympathy. Now I see there's no need to anymore. Gu Santong clenched his fist and mocked. The audience was still very much out of it after seeing a 7-year-old brat punch the four old freaks. No wonder Steward Zhua says he's his ace. He was serious. But what the hell, there's just one freakier than the next. Looking from Gu Santong to Xuan, they sighed, having no idea what to call them anymore. How are we supposed to make a living with so many monsters around? Chapter 752, Ender. Chapter 752, Ender. Proofreader, Papatonks. A shock like no other overrode their minds and all common sense. Everyone was now watching with empty eyes as Gu Santong stood in the air. Xuan, what the hell is that kid of yours? Fiend Yang gulped. The others were looking at the Grand Steward Zhuo with overwhelming emotions. He did not reply and ordered instead, "Everyone scatter. Get some distance from them." Xuan was the first to move back, with others quick to react, flying 1,000 meters. While the mystical Heaven Sect's side were still too stunned to react, not even noticing their movements. They just stood there, watching Gu Santong with a dumb look. This distance should be safe. Xuan sighed. "Do you know why I had young Sanzi come out now to fight?" They just shook their empty minds, still dazed. Xuan chuckled. "Because this kid has a foul temper and mean strength. Once he gets worked up, nothing can stop him. Our main objective, you all know, is to teach Mystical Heaven Sect a lesson, crush their attitude, not destroy them. Or Double Dragon Manor will not sit still." The oldies nodded. No matter how many conflicts there were between sects, Double Dragon Manor would never allow for them to blow out into a bloody war and weaken the Western lands. Only as a last resort could I let this troublesome kid out. Or one strike from him could even wipe this thousands of years old sect off the face of this world. Xuan sighed. A shame they just don't listen, insisting on making me take out my last move. They reap what they sow. It's not my fault at all. Dude, we're the invaders here. Fiend Yang scratched his nose and felt helpless. Steward Zhua is such a dirtbag. He has no morals. You came here to mess them up and you expect them to welcome you with wide smiles? Then again, those were demonic cultivators for you. Especially Steward Xuan's arrogant, self-righteous kind. They were everywhere. However, there was something he failed to see. Steward Xuan, is your son that strong? The mystical heaven sect is still a sect. Don't believe me? Watch. My kid was known as an ender in Tianyu, destroying everything in his path. Xuan shrugged. Everyone frowned, then focused on the fight. Just in time to see Gu Santong walking for the mystical heaven sect with an obnoxious attitude, like none were up to his standards. Steward Xuan, your son is your spitting image of your heroism and brutality. Ha ha ha, venerable by chuckled. Xuan shrugged and smiled. The heavenly cycle elders watched Gu Santong's insufferable attitude and were fuming mad. They knew the kid was more than he seemed, but his blatant disdain was getting to these elders' nerves. Enough of your arrogance, kid. We have underestimated you before, but don't think you will get rid of us so easily. Really? Then let's continue. Gu Santong snickered and hooked a finger in mockery. You're all bark and no bite. Come and get me if you want. Heavenly cycle elders were red with rage. Mystical heaven sects side cried out, worried by their looks about the terrible kid. This was the first time seeing someone humiliate their four venerables, though he does have the strength. They looked on with bated breaths as the two sides were ready for a grand battle. The four elders made signs, followed by draconic roars. Four dragons took to the skies. Yellow light shone from the ground beneath and bathed the dragons, transforming them into a yellow dragon hundreds of meters long. The thick pressure was crushing on everyone's shoulders, and it was all focused on Gu Santong. However, the kid's face fell a bit, and that was it. The audience, even demon scheming sects sighed 1,000 meters out, were gasping from shock. This power was hundreds of times stronger than what the four unleashed before. Han Qianying was bug-eyed. This is the four elements cycle array. Fiend Yang saw the formation and cried as well. His face was heavy. It was an array that was made by radiant stage experts and defeated four ethereal stage experts. Now that four peak ethereal stage experts formed it, its power must be unimaginable. The four elements cycle array borrows the power of the earth and four elements to unleash the world's energy. Its power is endless. I fear that not even an early soul harmony stage expert can block an array formed by the four high venerables. That child is in danger. Xuan was worried. They all turned their eyes on Xuan, but he was as calm as ever. Qilin was a Qilin. His soul and body were one to begin with. Reaching the soul harmony stage would hardly make a difference to him, since Qilin could do it earlier, so can young Sanzi, but his will be stronger. Sect leader Xian saw the four venerables unleash such might and wrote off the kid as dead already, ignoring him. Ha ha ha, get ready for a funeral. You must have seen the power of four elements cycle array, but I must tell you that it is far deadlier in the hands of the venerables. Even more so when the venerables aren't using the four elements cycle array, but the stronger one, heavenly cycle dragon array, formed by using four earth dragon souls. Your end is nigh. Shaoyu heard his dad brag and laughed as well, looking the part of the winning side. Mystical heaven sect snickered. Demon scheming sect was silent, gnashing their teeth. Only Xuan just watched Gu Santong as he said, "Young Sanzi. It's fine." Gu Santong waved his hand. His face was hard, but still mocked. Before me, even earth dragon souls are nothing more than worms. Xuan knew where young Sanzi's confidence came from. His body was that of a Qilin, his soul that of a sacred beast. Not even a heaven dragon soul could top that. Xuan just eased a breath and relaxed. Young Sanzi's confidence was seen as a joke by the heavenly cycle elders, mocking him. Ignorant young devil, do you even know what earth dragon soul is known for? Connects to the world. By combining with the earth, one's power grows tens of times. It's unlike the previous dragon soul you beat. And they're still worms. Gu Santong mocked and taunted. If you don't strike, I'll do it first. The Heavenly Cycle Elders was outraged. Damn brat, you have the nerve to mock us? It's best we get rid of you at once with all we have. The four made a sign in unison, then pointed at Gu Santong. The huge dragon roared and charged at the little figure. Everyone watched with their hearts in their throat. Only the few who believed in young Sanzi's strength were calm. Roar. Along with the draconic roar, the dragon's soul slammed down, making the ground cave in thousands of meters. Despite not feeling the dragon's brunt force, they could still feel the aftermath. The biting winds that cut at their skin. They were overwhelmed. The power was so incredible even bystanders would suffer from a stray wind. Just how would that kid stand it? When the eyes turned to Gu Santong, they were stumped once more. The kid wasn't harmed in the slightest. As if he was only standing in a mild rain. Gu Santong looked up at the incoming lizard, and took a deep breath. His body flashed scarlet, his eyes shining as he got ready to lash out with the might of a true Qilin. His body as well was itching to strike and explode with power. Chapter 753, Qilin Roar. Chapter 753, Qilin Roar. Proofreader, Papatongs. Roar. As the huge dragon's soul was right on top of him, Gu Santong perked his mouth up in one eerie smirk as he roared. An image of a scarlet Qilin came out of his body. As it howled, there were scarlet shock waves spreading out. As for the huge dragon's soul, it faltered like it met obstacles. The scarlet ripple shock waves slammed into it, making it feel great pain with every strike and pushing it back. That's not possible. Just by roaring he can push back the earth dragon's soul. Us four formed? Their eyes shaking, Heavenly Cycle Elders cried out in unison from this shocking revelation. They could not believe their eyes that this was happening. Their hands shaking non-stop. They felt an immense power coming at their array, to the point it wanted to tear it out. They could not believe what was happening. This unbridled power came from a mere child's howl. His soul was also sending the four eerie vibes, a fear they hadn't sensed in centuries. The Qilin flexed its claws, ready to tear the sky open as it howled. Anything and everything that stood in its path was feeling the brunt of its power, plunged into hell. Heavenly Cycle Elders' brows shook, feeling feeble. None wanted to admit it, even as they knew it already. The four had met a tough opponent this time around, one that was a freak beyond them. Roar. Gu Santong saw the huge dragon soul just kept retreating and was on the brink of collapse. He grinned, having a nasty smile on his face as he shouted at the sky once more. Boom! In a split second, a red sound wave came at the huge dragon's soul like a tsunami. This time, the huge dragon's soul barely lasted a few seconds before crumbling down to nothing following the defeat of their combined Earth dragon souls into the Heavenly Cycle dragon soul. The Heavenly Cycle Elders spat blood in unison. Their soul had a deep wound, evident from their ashen face. They had no time to even catch their breath as the red sound wave came straight for them. Fricking hell! What monster is this brat? The four watched as the red wave came with dumb looks. They cursed in defiance like dying old men, before being pulverized. All that was left of them was blood sprinkled down from four clouds. Not even their souls could withstand Gu Santong's Qilin roar, shaking their very core and ripping it apart. The dreaded red sound wave boomed in the distance and warped the space, sending shock waves everywhere. Everyone was too speechless to react. The four dragons of the Great Tianyu's three guardian sects, one sword 5 dragons, had been killed by a 7-year-old just like that. Holy hell, just where the hell did this freak come from? Sect leader Xuan and his mystical heaven sect were sweating. They watched the still roaring Gu Santong with blank stares. Not just them, even the demon scheming sect was dumbstruck at such display of raw power. They never thought it possible that Steward Zhuo would call someone of such caliber, all packed neatly in a monster that was barely 7 years old. They thought the kid had a high chance of winning, but not to the point of being as easy as they saw. Those were mystical heaven sect's 4 dragons. Killed just like that by a kid? What's wrong with this world? The demon scheming sect experts sympathized with mystical heaven sect, What sin have they committed to suffer this father-son disaster? They all looked at Gu Santong, then at Xuan, chuckling to themselves. Thank God he's on our side. Roar! As the red sound wave faded into the horizon, Gu Santong's bloodlust was far from quenched. He spread out his arms and legs, making the scarlet glow on him flicker brighter. Xuan cried out, "Oh shit, the kid is high on his win and won't stop. Get back 5 more miles." Xuan was the first to get the hell out of there. The rest followed. They had no clue who Gu Santong was, but his pops should be more than clear on this. The demon-scheming Sect team retreated again, while Mystical Heaven Sect was just too out of it to react. By the time they came to their senses, all hope was lost. Qilin's soul might, shock and awe! Gu Santong shouted and flicked his childish hands. The red Qilin image once again came out and roared hum. A dreadful shock wave flew from Gu Santong in every direction. One could see with the naked eye how the scarlet wave was moving through the air. This wave was different from before. It carried death and nothing else, like a scythe coming to reap lives. The space itself warped and threatened to crack as all that stood in its way was erased from this world, going out in a puff of dust. Sect leader Xuan and his team gasped, "Run!" Mystical Heaven Sect panicked, each going every which way. Alas, they were just too slow. They were the closest to Gu Santong to begin with and had missed their chance in getting to a safe distance from this monster. In this chaotic retreat, hundreds of people shoved, pulled, screamed, all trying to get just a little bit further. Yet in a blink, the red wave caught up to them and even past them. Ack! The cries of pain littered the sky, losing their lives like they were no ethereal stage experts, but mere mortals. Nothing survived, even as they used all their soul power to protect themselves. Their bodies were ashes in a blink of an eye. As for their soul, it kept being shaken until it fell apart, and the enactment of this slaughter only took a few brief moments. The people watching their friends die like that were filled with shock and dread. They watched as the red wave annihilated everything in its path, not even sparing a blade of grass or a speck of dust rumble. It was doomsday. The beautiful and amazing Mystical Heaven Sect was being laid to waste with Gu Santong at its center. The worst part was, the destruction only increased. Steward Xuan, what do we do if the red wave comes here? Seeing the horrors the Mystical Heaven Sect was going through, Venerable Qi spoke with fear. Xuan waved his hand. Just leave it to me. Xuan's right eye flashed in 5 golden halos as he shouted, "Divine Eye of the Void's 5th stage, Void Wall times 3. Hum. The space rippled, and in front of them appeared 3 thick invisible walls. The red wave came and stopped before the walls, but not without giving them a good rattling. Crack. As the intense sounds echoed, everyone was on tenterhooks in fear. With a loud bang, the first wall was peeled away and the red wave moved on to the second one. Everyone's face sank, looking tensely at Xuan. Hey, Steward Xuan, what's with your son not knowing friend from foe? He's coming after us as well." Xuan easily understood their fears, and just stared at the second wall, without replying. The red wave slammed into the second wall and started rattling it too, but this time, it was far weaker. With a bang, signaling its collapse, the wave came upon the third wall, but very much dimmed. It struck the third wall, shaking it a little, just like in arm wrestling, none giving an inch. Everyone tensely watched the scene. If Xuan's last void wall couldn't stop it, they would end up just like Mystical Heaven Sect, though they would be in a better spot, as the wave was much weaker than the one that culled their enemies. Chapter 754, Waste. Chapter 754, Waste. Proofreader, Papatongs. Crack! With a sharp sound, Xuan's last void wall was about to fall, giving way for the red wave to attack the demon-scheming Sect team's. Faces turned heavy, their hearts in their throat as they used all they had to protect themselves. Kuei Lang held Han Qianying close, as he used his soul power to protect both of them. Bam! Xuan's third void wall collapsed at last, and caused the others to jump. The red wave swept for them the next second, but before it reached them, it faded away into nothing, and Gu Santong's dreadful power never touched them. Startled, they all looked at each other before bursting in joy. The kid's vibration wave was like a shock wave. My void wall used separate spaces to lower its power. One can say they're mutually exclusive. Xuan eased a long breath. If not, in the face of that high-intensity vibration, even an ethereal stage expert would receive a heavy wound, if not killed outright. The others nodded, exuberant they just got out alive. Venerable Bai gave a thumbs up. Steward Zhua, you really know your son the best. If it were anyone else, they'd suffer for it. Only you could resist it. You are his father after all, ha ha ha. The others laughed alongside him. Ha ha ha, you don't have to say that. I'm so much weaker than my kid. Since we're so far away and the kid didn't use a targeted move, I could block it. Xuan sighed. Now do you understand why I didn't want to take him out? Because this brat forgets himself, just like a child. The others nodded and felt Xuan's pain. Such a mighty power in the hands of a rash kid. It was not just deadly to the enemy, but even to oneself. The only reason Steward Zhua let the boy out was because the Heavenly Cycle Elders intervened. I worry he just destroyed Mystical Heaven Sect with this move. How are we going to explain it to Double Dragon Manor? Xuan frowned and sighed with Sacred Beast's pride. They never go easy. Ever since young Sanzi was taught about being a Qilin, he's been going further and further down the path of a king of beasts. Just like earlier, the enemy was clearly crushed, but he still showed off his power as if to show he was the best in the world. He gave no thought to the consequences. This was the difference between beasts and humans. Beasts only cared about power, while humans were shrewd, turning the strong into weak, defeat into victory. Young Sanzi was a Qilin son, so following the beast way was a given, though throwing him into the world of man was far from sensible. If he lacked the tiniest bit, Xuan, his godfather, would have died alongside the enemy. Sighing, Xuan shook his head. Fiend Yang spoke in a shaken tone. Xuan, look there. Your son didn't ruin Mystical Heaven Sect, though there's barely anything left. He really is an ender. For crying out loud, what kind of monsters is your clan made of? One is worse than the last. The father ruled Double Dragon Gathering and the son stomps a sect? This is unnatural. The rest turned their heads to look, only to be staring. Agape Gu Santong was still acting almighty in the sky, looking down on everything, but turning to Mystical Heaven Sect, the previous nice scenery was reduced to rubble, with corpses strewn everywhere. There were also sobs and cries here and there, while blood trickled from every corner. This was hell, no two ways about it. Han Qianying and Shui Ruohua looked away in tears. This was their home. Qingcheng looked away as well, even if she hadn't been here for long. Dad, Mom, I mowed them good. It hasn't even been half an hour. Gu Santong smiled as he sped for them. The others were so scared they didn't even look him in the eye. What kind of child can raise a lower 3 sect to the ground? Fiend Yang looked worried by his attitude. He still recalled the child's annoyance with him. To any normal kid that whined, Fiend Yang would only tease him more, except for young Sanzi. He didn't have it in him. He was better off keeping a safe distance. If the guy's temper went off, there wouldn't be just whining and tears, but blood and gore. Looking at the ground littered with corpses and victims, Fiend Yang felt utter regret. Am I that bored to rub a kid's head? Xuan looked around, then smiled at Gu Santong. Young Sanzi, you did great. Leave the rest to me. You don't have to do anything now. Sure. Young Sanzi bobbed his head like a good kid, giggling innocently. Only the guys around thought. Who'd ever believe that pure smile? Seeing the bloody aftermath, Venerable Qi said, Steward Zhua, this isn't easy to settle. We need a very good reason for all of this to make the Double Dragon Manor stop, even if they come here. I know that. Xuan's eyes shone. Find sect leader Xian and Shaoyu fast. There are only hope of coming clean out of this mess. None knew what he meant, but they obeyed. Understood. They all began their search. Venerable Qi and Bai shared a look and grinned crash. In a pile of rubble, sect leader Xuan crawled out from all that rock, bleeding from his mouth. He had no time to address his condition as he felt the rubble shift under him, and a youth clawed his way out. Only Xian Shaoyu looked deathly pale. The spiritual armor on him had long since broken into two, dangling from his body. Thank God the 9th grade spiritual armor was here to save his life. Sect leader Xian touched his hand and sent his soul power to check Xian Shaoyu's condition. He laughed in joy. Shaoyu, I'm so happy you're fine. Xian Shaoyu opened his eyes to see his father, but then he gasped, Dad, Xuan ruined our sect. We can't let him get away with this. Don't worry. I will definitely make sure he'll be ripped apart for you. Sect leader Xian's face was hard. Xian Shaoyu showed a weak smile. Great Xuan, I won't ever let you and junior sister Qingcheng be happy together. Ha ha ha, you can't even protect yourself, young Master Xian. Yet you still have the luxury to worry about Qingcheng and my happiness? Why thank you. Xian Shaoyu did not get to finish as a mocking tone came. Sect leader Xian looked to see Xuan bearing a sinister smile as he came over with the girls. Sect leader Xian spat. Xuan, demon fiend, you ruined my sect and still dare to show your face here. Why not? With your heavy wounds, what can you possibly do to me? Xuan raised an eyebrow. Mystical Heaven Sect's experts are now dead or wounded. Even you can't protect yourself. So why the high and mighty attitude? You, sect leader Xian was filled with fury, but didn't get to finish as he coughed blood again. Xuan shrugged. See, you have no power left. Your life is now in my hands. I'll be honest here. Your death or survival is at my whim. You have no choice in the matter. Sect leader Xian remained silent, only biting his lip. Utter humiliation. A sect leader like him had never been in such a state before. Taunted by the enemy and with no way of retorting, because he knew what he said was the truth. He was now powerless. The demon scheming sect team grinned at him. Han Qianying and the girls just side the great mystical heaven sect had gotten theirs, now reduced to this. Well, do you want to live or die? Xuan's eyes shone, getting to the main point. Chapter 755. Rules. Chapter 755. Rules. Proofreader, Papatongs. Sect leader Xian's brow shook. He looked with gnashed teeth at Xuan but said nothing. Despite that, the humiliation was so great he clenched his fists. Xuan ignored it all and leaned over him, reaching with his venomous claw and hoisting Xian Shaoyu by the neck. In that case, there's nothing more to talk about. Wait, what are you doing? Let him go. Sect leader Xian cried out. He wanted to move, but he only coughed more blood. Xuan snickered as he shouted, Do you want to live or die? Sect leader Xian's eyes shook, but the words were stuck in his throat, because speaking meant surrendering. As they say, it is better to die on your feet than live on your knees. Many of the secular cultivators could do it, so why couldn't the great sect leader of Mystical Heaven Sect? But looking at his son, turning red from the grip on his neck, sect leader Xian sighed and shook his head. When even an ant clings to life, what more's there to say about man's desire to live? What do you want, Xuan? Sect leader Xian, that's an attitude more befitting of moving with the times, ha ha ha. Grinning, Xuan relaxed his hand and Xian Shaoyu slumped to the ground, gasping for breath. He looked at Xuan in fear, having lost his cocky attitude. Ignoring the useless son, Xuan gave Venerable Qi a look and he threw an empty jade slip over to sect leader Xian. Taking it, sect leader Xian asked, What's this? Ha ha ha, nothing much, just hoping sect leader Xian can help me write something down. Xuan beamed. Sect leader Xian's hand tightened at his words and his brow furrowed. Xuan, you can't possibly be thinking of twisting facts and making my Mystical Heaven Sect be the culprit here. Sect leader Xian knew the minute he put any word on the jade slip, his soul signature would be imprinted on it. Then no matter how much he begged Double Dragon Manor for justice, No one would believe him. They would have no choice but to live with this stain. His hands shook and his teeth clenched together. All while the demon scheming Sect team was looking at him with mockery. Yeah, that's right. We bet you and now we're robbing you of any means of fighting back. What are you gonna do about it? It's not our fault you turned out to be so weak, ha ha ha. Looking at the piles of rubble around him that were once his sect, at the dead experts and few survivors, they had no other fate than to be under someone's thumb. Sect leader Xuan sighed. His hand twitched as it held the jade slip. Sect leader Xuan, if you don't do this, we'll leave no survivors. Xuan snickered. We might even turn this place into a wasteland. You dare? Why the hell not? Xuan shouted back. The central area is getting ready for war with the other lands. Mystical Heaven Sect's demise can be written off with hundreds of excuses. Moreover, the girls were your disciples, and with a few words to Double Dragon Manor, your case will be put aside. Who would want to test the relations because of a lower 3 sect only to give room for the enemy to strike? Shaking all over, Sect leader Xian's face fell. At the end of the day, rules are gimmicks used in times of peace. When the enemy comes knocking, even Double Dragon Manor would focus on the good of Western lands. Who'd have the time to waste on rules? Xuan grinned. Sect leader Xian has been around for so long and should know this better than anyone. Sect leader Xian's clenched fist finally eased and sighed. If the central area is indeed attacking, haha, the mystical heaven sect's matter will be forgotten. I talk you right. Ignoring him and his last probe, Xuan spoke in a cold tone, as if he already knew the central area would come. When he was just being full of it. But because he was acting like this, Sect leader Xian bought it. Firstly, the matter with Qingcheng. You came to her for Double Dragon Gathering. Now that's over, the deal is also over. But you still forced her to stay. As her husband, I came to take her, but you started pushing me around, which led to war. Xuan narrated while Sect leader Xian wrote down like a machine. Next, Mystical Heaven Sect's elders picked on me with their superior numbers, and then Demon Scheming Sect's elders came to the rescue, leading to both sides entering a bitter fight. Sect leader Xian's eyes shook, but he stayed silent. Picked on you? You were the one who got the whole sect to come in hiding, and you dare say picked on you? You did it knowing fully where it led. This Xuan is so sinister, planning it all from the start, and I fell right for it. Sect leader Xian gnashed his teeth in hatred, writing down as Xuan said it. Finally, after a hard battle, the demon scheming sect came out victorious, being lenient on you, seeing how both were sects from Western lands. But the casualties were too great and not what we hoped for. Your clan also knew this matter could have been done without bloodshed and sincerely apologized, promising to leave this matter as that. To prove it, you leave this jade slip. Finishing, Xuan nodded. That's about it. Did you get it all, Sect leader Xian? For God's sake, this is clearly kicking us while we're down. I'm so mad yet I can't even fight back. Sect leader Xian's hands shook, his breath ragged as he finished writing. Looking at the green jade slip, he wanted to crush it so badly he knew that the instant he handed it over, his loss today would be left with his sect suffering in silence. Double Dragon Manor would see that he was in the wrong and would not take his side. They wouldn't even look into it. Now with how ruined his sect was, are these reasons enough? Seeing Sect leader Xian shaking as he offered the jade slip, Xuan did not take it but looked to the others. You guys have been around Western lands for longer and understand the rules better. What am I missing here? Sect leader Xian spurted blood on the spot, for crying out loud, isn't this disgrace enough? You want more? Are you trying to peel us one strip at a time? Venerable Qi smiled and shook his head. Steward Zhua, these are enough. Steward Zhua saving his wife after being trapped is reasonable. Our later help to Steward Zhua is only natural. It's all reasonable. Even if you argue it with Double Dragon Manor, it still won't matter, ha ha ha. Hold it! Kuei Lang shouted, bowing to Venerable Qi and saying, Steward Zhua, I find these reasons adequate, but not enough to stir sympathy. They're too plain. Shouldn't we flourish it a bit? Pa. Xuan clapped and praised. Good man, you sure have improved after sticking with me for so long. We might be demonic cultivators, but this fight was fought for justice. Sect leader Xian, make sure you write down your endless greed, trying to extort me out of my 2,000 sacred stones, and also wanting to suck women's een to cure your son. It seems that in this battle, we took heaven's place in purging the demons, and setting an example for everyone. What? Sect leader Xian's face twitched and cried out, You demonic cultivators dare use heaven as your excuse. I told you to write, not yap. Xuan's face expression steeled. He stepped on Shaoyu's leg. Life or death, choose. Sect leader Xian's fists shook and sighed. Writing down as he said it, this was no longer just a scuffle between sects, but a question of mystical heaven sects' morals. A righteous sect actually wanted to use women's een to cure someone and even tried stealing another sect disciple's sacred stones. Although sect leader Xian did not want to admit it, Xuan truly did purge demons in this case. Once he handed this to the demon scheming sect, it was the same as handing blackmail evidence for them to threaten him with. They would not only be left with no means of rebuking them, but even obeying them, or when the jade slip got out, the mystical heaven sect would never rise again. If it had happened in peace times, sect leader Xian wouldn't have done it, even killed. But his son was in their hands, and he had no choice but to fold. The future looked bleak, with generations being threatened by the demon scheming sect. He truly suffered more than he could have imagined this time. Seeing this, Venerable Qi patted Kuei Lang's shoulder. Disciple, you've grown. Ha ha ha, it's all thanks to Master and Steward Zhua's teachings. Kuei Lang bowed, humbled. The others laughed, only the girls rolled their eyes and shook their heads. They're all evil demonic cultivators who only got worse with Xuan around. Chapter 756, Burden. Chapter 756, Burden. Proofreader, Papatongs. Who? Letting out a long sigh, sect leader Xian finished filling self-incriminating facts into the jade slip and slumped powerlessly to the ground. The jade slip falling at his side, Xuan flicked, and the jade slip went to his palm. Nodding after checking the content, the battle now took a righteous tone, and the enemy was vanquished in heart as well. There was no need to fear Double Dragon Manor any longer. Dad, knowing what just happened, Shaoyu's face fell. Sect leader Xian showed a smile, then he looked hard at Xuan. Xuan, are we done here? Ha ha ha, of course, thanks, sect leader Xian. Xuan nodded, then showed bloodthirst. Men, kill half of mystical heaven sect disciples. Yes. The crowd shouted together and bowed. Xuan was gone as well, appearing next to Shaoyu. In his eyes filled with fear was reflected the hand that clutched his throat. Shaoyu's face went red, unable to breathe. He flailed his arms against Xuan, despite how pointless it was. He was nothing more than a weak little chick. Sect leader Xian shouted. Xuan, what are you doing? Didn't we say? Humph, ever heard of the saying, don't trust a demonic cultivator? Xuan mocked. You always curse demonic cultivators for being vile and fiends you can't trust, but at the end of it all, you still talk terms with us. Isn't that a cruel irony? The demon scheming sect team laughed. Sect leader Xian shook, and the moment he moved from his spot, he coughed blood, then slumped back down. He could only watch as Xuan squeezed the life out of his son. Xuan had a vile smile on his face. Sect leader Xian, I never do business without assurance, much less suffering from one. In our fight with mystical heaven sect we have lost many people. So, to make sure you don't come making trouble, ha ha ha, sorry, but I'll have to cripple you. But don't worry, seeing as how it involves Double Dragon Manor, I won't destroy you, nor harm you, sect leader Xian. It would make the jade slip useless if I do, ha ha ha. With a cackle, Xuan showed his evil side, increasing his grip on Shaoyu. Sect leader Xian shook and spoke rashly. Wait, Xuan, you can kill anyone and I won't care, but please let my son go. He's my only. And you call yourself a sect leader? You only ever cared about your son and not the sect. Everyone looked at him with scorn. Han Qianying sighed and walked to Qingcheng. Junior sister, your man is amazing. Even the sect leader is being toyed with. But this is a bit too cruel. After all, Mystical Heaven Sect has once been our home. We have many brothers and sisters here. Han Qianying did not finish, but her meaning was loud and clear. For Qingcheng to plead for them, every king rose to his throne by trampling on a mountain of corpses. Qingcheng sighed as she hesitated. She had once been the ruler of Drifting Flowers edifices and knew this cruelty. Being soft now would only come back as misery to bite you. Drifting Flowers edifices had suffered so much for so long, and she could understand Xuan in this. This man was not as cruel as he looked, but doing all for self-preservation. It was easy to speak for Mystical Heaven Sect, but she could not risk knowing it might bring Xuan pain later on. Even with the girls looking at her like that, she still held her ground. Qingcheng. One aged voice sounded that stunned everyone. Sect leader Xian looked from the ground at Qingcheng with begging eyes. Qingcheng, when you wanted to save that girl's life, I helped you. The condition for that was to come to Mystical Heaven Sect and save my son. That was our deal. Because of you, Xuan came and ruined my sect. I'm not asking you to hold your end, but at least let my son live. What? Qingcheng knew everything. Xuan looked at her in shock. You mean you were ready to give yourself up? Yes, she knew everything, unlike you. Because she owed me, she would do anything I asked, Sect leader Xian shouted. A bit of favor yet returning endless gratitude. Because you met him again, you chose to break your promise. I did not mind. You wanted to see him again afterward, and made another promise which I agreed to. But now, I see the last agreement won't be fulfilled. I give you back your freedom, and only hope you can stay. Xuan's hand. Leave. Crash. Sect leader Xian did not finish. Qingcheng did not speak either. Then they heard Shaoyu crashing to the ground, coughing in pain. Xuan released him with a calm face, then ignored the father and son, walking to Qingcheng. He took her shoulder and left while shouting, Demon scheming sect, withdraw. Aren't we killing Mystical Heaven Sect's men? There's still 100 ethereal stage experts breathing. Once they recover they Fiend Yang started, but Xuan only held Qingcheng as he said, I said withdraw. This fight is over. The demon scheming sect team looked at him oddly, then shrugged as they followed Xuan leaving. Master, look after yourself. I'm going with Kuei Lang. Han Qianying took Xuan and Danner after saying her last words to Sect leader Xian. Sect leader Xian shook. His face dark. Only Shaoyu was still coughing, looking at Xuan going away, and spoke with vitriol. Father, we must take Rev. Shut it. Sect leader Xian grabbed his mouth and looked at Xuan in worry. Seeing as he did nothing, he relaxed, then cursed, Are you suicidal? He didn't kill all of us because of Qingcheng. Junior sister Qingcheng. Shaoyu frowned, gnashing his teeth. I won't let that vile spawn take her. One day I will get her back. Sect leader Xian gave him a long look, then nodded. With a steel gaze he thought, Don't worry Shaoyu, the day will come. You still need her for your illness. Meanwhile, Xuan and Qingcheng walked out of Mystical Heaven Sect hand in hand. With a faint smile, the two were in their own world as a group of third wheels approached. Qingcheng worried. Is it really alright to let them go? Maybe they'll harm you later. Yeah, Steward Zhua, I think it's best we finish them off. Just like you said, the central area is attacking and Double Dragon Manor won't. You're wrong. Fiend Yang approached to say, but Xuan mocked. Did you also believe my bluff back then? Central area's matter is only a rumor. Who knows if it's true? I only used it to scare him. If the central area remains quiet, the Double Dragon Manor won't leave this matter be. That's why we can't ignore Double Dragon Manor's rules and give us more trouble. Fiend Yang nodded, then Xuan spoke heavily. Qingcheng, Mystical Heaven Sect had given us a favor back then. I will help, no, take the burden on myself since what happened to Ninger was my. Your problem is my problem. Qingcheng was direct. Xuan nodded and smiled. Yes, your problems are my problems. Since this binds you to Mystical Heaven Sect, I'll help you break it and not affect your heart. But then I'm a demonic cultivator, carrying all that hatred is nothing. Xuan smiled at her and looked her in the eye with conviction. With me next to you, no one will force you again. Qingcheng started and nodded in happiness. She rested her head on his shoulder, her heart at peace. She felt like she was back to Drifting Flowers City's shabby house, with only the two of them around. Chapter 757 Killing Xian Shaoyu. Chapter 757 Killing Xian Shaoyu. Proofreader, Papatongs. Shit, their lovey-dovey display is so blinding it pales to my 24-carat eyes. Fiend Yang cried out and held his eyes. The others chuckled. Give the lovely couple a queer smile. Xuan just shrugged at Qingcheng. Looks like we need to shake off these blind fools, or they'll ruin our mood. Qingcheng giggled. However, a shout was heard and a familiar figure came leading tens of thousands of worn-out soldiers. Brother Xue, did we win? Luo Yunhai asked in joy, sticking out his chest. Gu Santong spoke with pride. Of course. When I go, nothing can stop me. The one to blame is my dad for letting me out so late, or I'd have long since wasted them. Oh, so you did it. No wonder so many died in this fight, with thousands experts from my clan as well. Luo Yunhai broke into cold sweat as he watched Gu Santong's prideful face. Young Sanzi truly is amazing. But maybe could you give us a signal the next time you fight? Gu Santong was startled while the others shook their heads. This kid is that ignorant of his raw power? Give us a signal to get some cover. But seeing Gu Santong so oblivious, Luo Yunhai did not explain, lest he get the little ball of rage. Angry, Big Brother Xue. Luo Yunhai turned to Xuan. Although we didn't need to attack the treasury, since it fell under young Sanzi's move and we had no chance to use the resources, we still managed to get some spoils of war and got to rob it. Demon scheming Sect's hearts twitched. The Mystical Heaven Sect has been around for millennia. Their treasury must be loaded. They won the battle but were so focused on the joy that they forgot something so basic. How stupid of us! So Fiend Yang was the first to jump in. Oh, clan head of the secular world, we're all allies here. We should settle the accounts, since we did so much hard work ourselves. We should get the biggest share. Ha ha ha, relax, we only came to help Brother Xue. All of it will be yours. Luo Yunhai waved his hands like it was nothing. Fiend Yang raised an eyebrow and nodded. This kid is upright and good. What kind of ally doesn't want to be paid after being asked for help? The other elders were also admiring him. Xuan, who would fight for every stone, shook his head. Yunhai, I'll make it up for Luo clan for their help. Brother Xue, we're all a family. What make it up to us? Luo Yunhai waved his hand, glancing at Qingcheng. Brother Xue, we did find something in the treasury you might want to see. Xuan raised an eyebrow. What? Luo Yunhai gave Qiu Yanhai a look and he presented a ring. Xuan received it and took out its items. It had 3 jade slips. Xuan looked over the first and was stunned. Heavenly Cycle Dragon Array. Yes, it's the one the Heavenly Cycle Elders used. Luo Yunhai spoke. Keep reading. Xuan took the second one with doubt. 4 Elements Cycle Array. Yes, the array from which the Heavenly Cycle Dragon Array was developed. Qiu Yanhai spoke carefully. Steward Xue, check the last one. Xuan gave the 2 a long look, then scanned the 3rd jade slip. Only this time, his eyes exploded white bloodlust. The crowd looked puzzled. Not far, Sect leader Xian held his son up and gave him a recovery pill. His eyes flashed. Shaoyu, don't worry, I'll surely get Qingcheng back. Whoosh. However, he did not finish as a black figure appeared in front and punched him. Rumble. Sect leader Xian and Shaoyu had no time to react. Shaoyu was reduced to pieces and blood as he splattered on the rubble with the blood and gore dripping from sect leader Xian's face. He was still too stunned to register it as he looked at the hard and cold face of Xuan, whose sect leader Xian's eyes were filled with tears. Choked with emotion to speak, Xuan gave him an icy look. Sect leader Xian, thank you for your help with Ninger. By letting Mystical Heaven's sect go, all accounts are settled. Xuan left with a dead face, walking to Qingcheng and the others. Sect leader Xian's white hair was a mess. His eyes lost. He did not know why he thanked him for saving the girl, nor why he came back to kill his only son. Seeing the blood around, sect leader Xian crumbled to his knees and howled in pain and sorrow. Xuan was back among his people, who were curious about why he first let Shaoyu go only to kill him. Now only Luo Yunhai and his men knew. Yunhai, destroy it. I don't want anyone to see it. Xuan spoke. Luo Yunhai nodded, letting out a relieved chuckle. Xuan came to Qingcheng and held her waist. As they walked, she just looked at Luo Yunhai curiously. What's that? Nothing of importance. Xuan shook his head. Qingcheng, you have your own principles that I will protect, taking on me all the sins and crimes. But, Xuan gnashed his teeth, if you are in danger, no matter the principle, even my path, I'll cross them all. Qingcheng gave him a long look and smiled, leaning her head on his shoulder in happiness. I don't want you to give up everything for me. I only want to help you achieve your ambition. Seeing them go, the others looked at Luo Yunhai. Fiend Yang was smiling from ear to ear. Luo clan head, what was that? Nothing you should know about. Luo Yunhai spoke in a hard tone. Brother Zhuo wants this destroyed so no one can see it. Or the ending of Mystical Heaven Sect's young master. They all shook and coughed, looking at Xuan. Since it was so dangerous, they could stall their curiosity. It was much better to live once all were gone. Luo Yunhai looked at the third jade slip. He let out a long breath and shook his head. Empty spirit body, the desire of every cultivator. Can even help gods, but look what disaster it brought. But one thing is certain, the heavenly cycle elders sure were geniuses to come up with such an array. With a smile, Qiu Yanhai sighed. From heavenly cycle dragon array to 4 elements cycle array, to come up with ha. I bet it was made to fit the young sect leader like a glove. Nodding, Luo Yunhai sighed. Yeah, why else would Brother Zhuo go back on his words and kill the one he just spared? As long as he's around, the Mystical Heaven Sect would never let go of Sister Qingcheng, the best cauldron. But even so, there may be one coming later on who would want her. Qiu Yanhai's eyes shone. Luo Yunhai nodded. That's why Brother Zhuo wanted it destroyed. This is an array to exchange a life for a life. Qiu Yanhai gave a heavy nod, then had the 3 jade slip hold in his hand and used his power. Hot energy was released. If you just crush them, someone dead set on it might recover them. Allow me to destroy them. However, a beautiful figure appeared. Wait. Sister Qingcheng. Miss Qingcheng. The two looked shocked. What are you doing here? Chapter 758. Countering Demon Scheming Sect. Chapter 758. Countering Demon Scheming Sect. Proofreader, Papatongs. Half an hour later, Xuan unsealed Han Qianying and Shui Ruohua's cultivations. The two quickly opened the sect array, and the Demon Scheming Sect with the Luo clan left after taking care of their wounded and burying their dead. Even after everyone left, Xuan stayed behind. He had unsealed Qingcheng's cultivation a while back, and yet she immediately went away saying she had something to do. Now he was waiting for her whoosh. Qingcheng's amazing figure came back before Xuan with a smile. I'm back. That's good. Let's go as well. Xuan nodded and held her hand tightly. Qingcheng was startled. Aren't you going to ask me where I was? Ha. No matter where you go, as long as it's not dangerous, I won't ask, and I'd even let you go. Xuan chuckled. You're my wife, not an underling, nor a prisoner. You have your own freedom. Qingcheng beamed with joy. We truly know each other best. He knows me and I know him. They also did not want all their affairs to be known either, to feel like they were being watched. So Qingcheng did not ask about Xuan's matter, and he didn't ask about hers either. This was mutual respect, however. The two's silent agreement hadn't lasted 3 steps, as Xuan said with a frown, Qingcheng, just where did you go? Qingcheng rolled her eyes and giggled. Didn't you say you won't ask? Why are you going back on your word? Ha ha ha, sorry, I know that I shouldn't restrain you, but I can't help but know everything about you, down to the last detail. This is such a complicated feeling. Xuan shook his head. It's my first time feeling like this and I don't understand. It feels so impulsive. You don't have to tell me if you don't want to. I respect your wish. However, Qingcheng stopped him and flashed the thunder ring on her finger in front of him. I went back for this. After Mystical Heaven Sect trapped me, they even took my storage ring. I went after it. I see, so it was nothing, ha ha ha. Xuan nodded. Qingcheng glared. What nothing? This ring comes as a pair, a proof of our relationship. How is it nothing? Yeah, you're right, ha ha ha. Xuan nodded, his heart warm and fuzzy. Despite being a thunder ring, this ring of his was also a sacred ring, unlike the one she had, which was simple. Even though he made it, Qingcheng cared for it because it represented their bond, which filled him with happiness. However, their little warm bubble was soon broken as Qingcheng recalled something and mocked. Oh, I was wrong. The ring isn't a pair since there's another one. Something similar is worn by Miss Luo. Well, Xuan was sweating. Qingcheng went on with a smile. These 3 rings will be together later on and we will live happily together. Qingcheng, she isn't like that. She's just family, and the ring was already passed to Yunhai, the keepsake of Luo clan head. Oh, I see. Then Schwanger Yongning Liener, Miss Xue. Xuan's mouth twitched. Qingcheng, you're the leader of Drifting Flowers edifices, a person of power. Yeah, but sometimes I'm impulsive too. I don't want to limit you. It's just that when Sister Peony sent me those sending jades containing strange information, my heart felt heavy. Batting her eyes, Qingcheng showed her mischievous side. Xuan's eyes shook, cursing Peony for being a busybody. Then he shook his head. Qingcheng's assault never relented as she kept asking awkward questions and putting Xuan on the spot. This was how they walked out of this place, hand in hand. In this moment, the two were unlike the high cultivators they were, nor deep schemers, just a loving couple. They bicker, they nag, and they flirt. Seeing the two go, Luo Yunhai and Xiao Yanhai shared a pained look. Luo Yunhai sighed and said, Brother Xue asked us to destroy the jade slip before anyone saw it, but in the end Sister Qingcheng saw it too. What now? Clan head, it's all fine. Xiao Yanhai pondered. Steward Xue wanted no one to set their eyes on Miss Chu. Now that the jade slip is destroyed, Miss Chu can't be hurting herself, right? It's fine. Thinking it over, Luo Yunhai nodded. I hope so. But Brother Xue's order was to not let anyone see it. Now that Sister Qingcheng did, how do we tell him? Miss Chu said it herself, to just not include her. They're together anyway, so it won't matter, ha ha ha. Xiao Yanhai scratched his head. Clan head, I'm a knowledgeable old man and some things are better not taken so seriously. It's best to gloss over it. When you have a lady yourself, you'll know what it means to be love-struck. Giving the old man a long look, Luo Yunhai nodded. Since Sister Qingcheng and Brother Xue are family, it's fine if there are some things hidden from the husband or wife. The two then nodded, reaching a decision, and hurried to catch up. However, to Qingcheng, she had lied to Xuan for the first time, and due to their trust, Xuan did not suspect anything. But this, however, was foreordained to become Xuan's biggest regret of his lives. After leaving, They rested for half a month 10 miles from Mystical Heaven Sect, and continued onward. Xuan had given Li Jingtian and the elders pills and helped them recover faster. The demon scheming sect was jubilant in the meantime from the spoils of war they got after that big fight. The happiest was Qingcheng. His darling son, Qingcheng, was seeing his mother for the first time. He now knew that his father prepared this surprise for him. They hugged in tears and in joy, holding each other close. Venerable Qi was very much against Qilin and the girl from the Mystical Heaven Sect getting together, but this time they seized Mystical Heaven Sect and cut their arrogance down to size, not to mention they got a little something extra for their troubles. He didn't even mind seeing Xuan happy with his lady. Moreover, since Steward Xue managed to get a girl from a righteous sect to join him, his disciple couldn't? Maybe this victory would be enough to make sect leader overlook it anyway. The result was better than the fault, leaving room for discussion. And so, the whole group continued on. Xuan did not separate from them, and went back to the demon scheming sect with the Luo clan. They then arrived at the valley, where the two teams met for the first time. Shuang'er and Yongning were anxiously waiting under Yu Ling and Qi Changlong's care. After all joined up, the girls were overjoyed to see Qingcheng was saved. The girls all gathered around and talked, being close sisters with Qingcheng. Qingcheng also joined the conversation with a smile. However, while they were still lost in their victory, Xuan suddenly shouted, "Listen up, the fighting isn't over." They all turned to Xuan with a puzzled look. "What do you mean the fight isn't over? Isn't Mystical Heaven Sect ruined?" "First of all, I've been hiding something from all of you." Xuan was dead serious as he pulled Qingcheng in front. "I've attacked Mystical Heaven Sect for my personal reason, to save my wife. I thank you all for your help." Xuan cupped his hands before them. The people were stunned, then laughed. "Ha ha ha, Steward Xue, we already figured it out. What's the big problem?" "Yeah, with your merit, fighting to get a woman won't make sect leaders say anything." Venerable Bai laughed. Xuan shook his head and watched the crowd. "This was what I wanted to tell you. Sect leader Xiaoyu doesn't know about our fight with Mystical Heaven Sect. It was all me." They all stood dumbstruck, hardly believing Xuan's words. Impersonating the sect leader was a serious offense. To even take all of the sect's experts and fight another, that was inexcusable with Xiaoyu's temper. They could see how this wouldn't end well, and they shook all over seeing them react like that. Xuan squinted. He spoke something that gave them the biggest shock of all. It almost blew their minds. "That's why we are now going to counterattack the demon scheming sect and seize power." Proofreader note: whoa, the author really planted several flags in this chapter. Chapter 759, Uprising. Chapter 759, Uprising. Proofreader, Papatongs. SSS. Gasping, everyone was floored by this shocking revelation. This is an uprising, plain and simple. First you went to beat one sect into the ground and now coming back to beat your own. It was beyond what any of the demon scheming sect experts imagined. They went out of the sect only to come back as rebels. They were all demonic cultivators, sure, but their loyalties still laid with their sect. This was too much to take in. Even outsiders like Han Qianying were speechless at Xuan's brazen declaration. She walked over to Qingcheng and whispered, "Junior sister, your man is truly brutal. He doesn't just go against his sect. He wants all the other elders and venerables to be there with him. They must be regretting it now, for being toyed with by your man. Senior sister, Xuan isn't after wealth and glory. He's only looking after himself." Qingcheng sighed. Han Qianying nodded. Maybe, since impersonating the sect leader and giving orders to attack another sect deserves capital punishment. If he doesn't rise now, the demon scheming sect would hunt him down forever. While everyone can see it, that doesn't mean everyone would be so decisive. He is a man that knows what to do. Unlike my Qilin, who likes to boast, he'll never do it in his life. Qingcheng nodded. Looking at Xuan's straight figure and confidence, Her eyes swam in love. Her husband was the boldest hero, doing everything without looking back. No matter what situation he was in, his eyes had always looked at things from a different perspective. Looking coldly at those shocked faces, Xuan spoke, "Actually, I am all for a peaceful resolution and not revolting. You all know that I am about to leave the demon scheming sect and don't care for wealth and glory. However, there's no way I'm going to let others take my life. This is as low as I'll ever go." The crowd looked at each other with confusion in their eyes, not knowing what to say. "I know what you're thinking, to make me take all the blame." Xuan was quite calm despite having seen their intentions. "I had thought about this as well. Everything that happened so far is because of me, so taking responsibility is only natural. If my life can save everyone, I'm willing to give it. But just think for a second. Will Xiaoyu let you go with his foul mood?" They all shook at Xuan's words, their last hope crushed to pieces. Giving them a cold look, Xuan shouted, "Wake up! Stop resorting to petty tricks and dreaming for hopeless peace. Everyone knows of Xiaoyu's cruelty. Would he let you live after you used the sect's name to attack another sect's elders without his orders?" This was a clear challenge to his authority. "You of all people should know him better than me." "But this isn't." "Yes, I faked his orders." Someone stood up, pointing a feeble finger at Xuan, but he cut him off. "You must understand, what difference would it make when you'd be guilty by association? Why would the inner sect elders come along with me? Humph, as matters stand, Xiaoyu has already lost his trust in you. While he won't do anything to you for now, since the demon scheming sect has 10,000 sacred stones, in 100 years, there would be plenty of homegrown elders and venerables to replace you along the way. You best not forget who you are, my labor office's elders. You have taken on my symbol for a long time now and can't escape this. The minute Xiaoyu labels me a traitor would be the moment you all will be taken care of. It's only a question of time. In the demon scheming sect it is the inner sect and venerable Sure who have the true power. Working hard for so many years to seize power back, only to lose it all in the end. Would you be willing to accept that?" A shiver went through them all, hearing Xuan's passionate speech. They were now filled with regret and unwillingness. Venerable Bai stood up, holding out his hands. "Listen to me, friends, Steward Xuan is right. While it does look like he set us up, we should not forget that it was also Steward Xuan that helped us earn so much in the labor office. We and Steward Xuan have been on the same side from the start. Returning to the sect now, if sect leader does not pursue this and will overlook it, then we won't have a civil war. But if he insists on holding Steward Xuan accountable, then we will have to stand up. Steward Xuan is our leader, and when he falls, we fall with him. If Steward Xuan is gone, sect leader can finish us off whenever he wants to. We're nothing to him and can't fight him either. That's why, labor office elders, we must assure that Steward Xuan is alive and well." "Yes, Venerable Bai is right." Venerable Qi stood up as well. "We must not fall for sect leaders' delay tactics, because we have an overwhelming advantage. We've all seen the power the Luo clan displayed in the battle with the mystical heaven sect, especially Steward Xuan's son. It can be said that at this moment we hold the power. If sect leader won't give us a straight answer, it's time for a change in leadership. Being indecisive and stalling will only get us killed. Everyone here knows just how brutal sect leader can be." Hearts stirred with their speech, and the people nodded as a fire lit in their eyes, just like Venerable Qi said. With such power on their side, taking the sect was a done deal, but once the Luo clan left, they'd be nothing more than another neck on the chopping block. When Xiaoyu started hacking, this was not the time to dawdle. Seeing the looks they sported, filled with resolve, Venerable Qi looked from Steward Xuan to the others. "Moreover, we've all seen the fight between sect leader Xian and Xuan. They were evenly matched. That is why it is my opinion that if Xiaoyu's tyranny comes to an end, Steward Xuan would make a fine sect leader, ha ha ha." Hail, Sect leader Xuan. All of them turned their heads and greeted as they got ready for an uprising. Just like in an imperial revolt, they called out their leader as the true emperor. Xuan raised an eyebrow and glanced at Venerable Qi. Xuan then laughed, holding his hand for silence. Hear my order. Get ready for counter-attacking demon scheming sect. Yes, sir. They all cupped their hands, filled with battle spirit. The morale was actually higher than when they set out for Mystical Heaven Sect. Because this was a civil war, they couldn't afford to lose. Fiend Yang held his head and sighed. Wu Yue, you brought it on yourself. Look what your constant criticism of them has brought. They are revolting, while you are still dreaming of being a top middle 3 sect. Just how am I supposed to help you? Fiend Yang shook his head, catching up with the others and in deep thought on how to solve this. Xuan and Xiaoyu were good friends with the fiends, but now, who were they to side with? This was a true uprising against leadership to take the crown. Meanwhile, just outside the demon scheming sect's barrier, the door was opened and Xiaoyu waltzed in beaming with joy, unaware his sect leader's seat was hanging by a thread. The sect leader is back. The sect leader is back. 2 children ran to the inner sect to report. Xiaoyu walked on, smug and happy. It was obvious from a mile his trip outside was one filled with flattery directed at his rear. He barely took 2 steps before he frowned. He looked around puzzled. Why is the sect so quiet? Where is everyone? Sect leader. Shouts came, Venerable Shi leading 100 inner sect elders as they rushed over. They bowed at once. Sect leader, I'm ashamed for being so late in welcoming you, ha ha ha. Xiaoyu looked at them in doubt. What's going on? Why just you guys? What about the rest? The elders, venerables, and even disciples, where are they? Sect leader, didn't you tell Steward Xuan to take them out? They have yet to return. Venerable Shi fake Xiaoyu was stunned. Xuan? Didn't he leave? Why is he back? Also, when did I tell him to take out the sect's elders? It wasn't your order? But he held your token. Playing his act till the end, Venerable Shi muttered confusedly, this is bad. Steward Xuan held your token and said that he wanted all the experts and disciples, even venerables, to follow him outside. I found it odd and came with my inner sect elders to stop him, but sect leader knows how labor office is his. One word from him and they'll all follow. I don't know where they went. He can't be using them, can he? Venerable Shi glanced at Xiaoyu's face and saw it dark and brooding. His fists clenched, his eyes shot with bloodthirst. It seems to me these tigers are about to claw each other. Ha ha ha, you're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.